The regularly Welcome to the regularly scheduled Board of Education meeting on August 25th, 2022 at 5:30 p.m. I'm going to start with roll call. Trustee Barnes,
Present.
Vice President Kirby Gonzalez,
Present.
Trustee Pizzotti,
Present.
and I too am present. Are there any public comments regarding closed session items in person?
No public comments received.
Okay, and there were no pre-submitted items regarding closed session items, so we'll move on to the items to be discussed in closed session. Government Code Section 54957, Public Employee Discipline Dismissal Release. Item number 2, Government Code Section 54957.6, Conference with Labor Negotiators, WSTA, CSEA, and Management. Item number 3, Government Code Section 54957, Public Employee Superintendent Employment. And we will hopefully reconvene in open session at 6:30. I will be absent for a portion of this meeting. Vice President Kirby Gonzalez will be presiding over during my absence. Okay. We'll see you at the Google Meets.
I am going to open this regularly scheduled Board of Education meeting for Washington Unified on August 25th, 2022. And we will start with our Pledge of Allegiance. And Tierney Heights, can you start us please with the pledge? Please stand. Pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we have our roll call vote. Trustee Barnes. Present. And trustee Pasati.
I'm here.
And I too am present. President Wong should be joining us later in the evening virtually, as will Clerk Venegas. And with that, we have a land acknowledgement. We acknowledge with respect that the land that West Sacramento occupies is a traditional ancestral homeland of the Nisenan and Patwin people. We recognize and thank the Nisenan and Patwin people as the original stewards of this land. And we honor their continuing cultural and spiritual connections to this special place. All right, announcements of actions taken in closed session. We have Government Code Section 54957, Public Employee Discipline Dismissal Release, Information Received. We have Government Code Section 54957.6, Conference with Labor Negotiators, WSTA, CSEA, and Management, Information Received. And we have Government Code Section 54957, Public Employee Superintendent, Employment, Information Received. And that takes us to the communication, approval of the agenda. Are there any changes to the agenda?
No changes.
Okay, all right,
I'm
seeing
good.
none, can
I'll
we have a
move the
motion?
agenda.
Okay, and a second? Okay.
Thank you.
It's gonna be a real powerful night tonight. So we have moved by trustee Pizzotti, seconded by trustee Barnes, and every vote tonight has to be a roll call vote because of our format. So trustee Pizzotti,
Yes.
trustee Barnes,
Aye.
and I too vote aye. Okay, and that takes us now to communications and celebrations, recognition of the Communications Office Summer Interns. Yorgos Kazanis, Executive Director of Communication.
Good evening, trustees. So tonight we are celebrating the 2 summer interns that the communications office and the district office hosted as part of the West Sacramento Home Run Program. I want to also, just for context, the 2 interns were part of Camp Yampa this summer. So they helped out River City High School teacher Chris Hanks for the first few weeks of their internship program. And then for the latter half, they were with us in the district office, assisting with various projects. We discovered that they have a real passion for film and videography and film production. So we put them to work on various projects to spotlight different programs in some of our schools, with the capacity that we had with summer being in session and schools were out. So we didn't necessarily have as many exciting subjects to feature in the classroom. But one thing that came to mind was each year when the district hosts its new employee orientation, there's actually, in the pre-COVID world, we were able to do a district-wide bus tour with all the new employees that were welcome to the district. So that was an opportunity to take everyone literally on a school bus to see the entire city of West Sacramento, drive by all of our campuses and get a nice welcome to the community and to the district. Knowing that that's something that we're probably going to continue in the future when everyone feels a bit better about the circumstances, we thought it would be great to have them capture that in a virtual format. So they developed a virtual bus tour of the entire district, featuring each of our schools, different things in our community, different data from the district as well. And it's something that I believe the human resources team played at this year's orientation. It's also now something that we can feature for new employees when they get onboarded throughout the entire year, not just something that's showcased in August. So with that, I wanted to say just extend my gratitude to Dylan Simpson, who was the one intern. You all probably recognize him. He was actually on stage with you at the River City High School graduation. He was the soloist guitar performer on stage. So he started school at CSU Long Beach on August 17th. So he's not with us tonight, but we won't hold it against him. I know he's busy adjusting. The other one is Morgan Acosta. She's currently a junior at River City High School. She unfortunately came down with a little bit of an illness this week. Otherwise, she would have been here, but she wanted to make sure that we know that she really appreciated the time and is looking forward to other projects as well. So with that, Mario is going to cue up the video about the district-wide bus tour.
Right.
And we'll see what they worked on this summer.
Hi, I'm Dylan.
And I'm Morgan.
We've been tasked with guiding you through this virtual bus tour and engagement with Washington Unified School.
So join us on a lovely journey through many locations of learning. Let's go.
Our first stop is the district office. WSD is home to 8 campuses that teach TK to 8th grade, 1 dependent charter high school, 1 continuation high school, and 1 comprehensive high school that serves all of West Sacramento. Serving nearly 7,500 students and approximately 1,000 employees, WSD is fully committed to its promise of delivering equity, excellence, and empowerment for every student, every day. Right across the street from the district office is Yolo High School, home of the Eagles.
With smaller class sizes, students get more focused instructions from teachers to meet students wherever they are in their educational journey and empower them to provide guidance towards college and career readiness. It's also home to the Evergreen Opportunity Academy, designed for students in the 7th, 8th, and 9th grades who have been impacted socially, emotionally, and academically.
Elkhorn Village is the home of the Tigers. With a student population of nearly 600 students, the Elkhorn Village team is committed to ensuring students will be college and career ready for the development of leadership, integrity, and 21st century skills.
Elkhorn Village is also home to an award-winning Spanish dual language immersion program open to all students district-wide.
Riverbank, home of one of my favorite creatures ever, otters. Like Elkhorn, Riverbank teaches kids from TK to grade 8. With a student population of more than 700 students, there's no shortage of otter pride on campus.
Let's head over to Bright Campus and visit Washington Middle College High School, home of the Panthers. Here, high school students can earn college credits while working towards their high school diplomas.
A portion of this campus serves as an extension of River City High, featuring several career technical education programs, such as culinary arts, agricultural science, and construction.
With a student population of nearly 200, students are dually enrolled as college students at Sacramento City College, West Sacramento Center. Attending classes at both Bright Campus and the Community College Extension just a few miles away.
Let's head to the wildest place on this tour, Westfield Village Elementary, home of the Wildcats. See what I did there?
Westfield Village is the district's most historic campuses and home to nearly 500 students. The Wildcats will undergo a complete modernization in the 2023-2024 school year focused on school faculty improvements, construction, and modernization projects district-wide.
I don't know about you, but I need a break.
Let's head over to Lanise's for a quick bite to eat.
Staff day, which is our party place, hotels, breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
With an amazing selections of drinks and food, this European style cafe is a delight to the taste buds.
Locally owned and operated, it's a great place to recharge the batteries and is conveniently located near many of our schools. Next is another school with a mascot that is one of my favorite animals. Home of the Dragons, it's Westmore Elks.
As another one of WSD's historic campuses, this faculty recently underwent a full campus modernization.
Now new and improved with its revamped campus, Westmore Oaks is home to nearly 600 students from kindergarten to 8th grade. This next location is an interesting one. Home of the Wolves. I like wolves too. This is the Washington Unified Virtual Academy.
During the past few years, we learned that some students learn better in a virtual setting. Teachers teach from this location and students learn from home. Moving on, we have Home of the Lions, Stonegate Elementary.
Educating students from TK to 8th grade, these Kings of the Jungle teach an impressive number of students, nearly 900.
The dedicated team at Stonegate is ready for a new and exciting school year focused on the ideals, every child, every day, whatever it takes.
Right along Linden Loop is a beautiful pond, and across from that pond is the home of the Ducks. No, not those Ducks. I meant Southport Elementary. Featuring a highly engaged parent community and a student population of nearly 800, the Ducks are always soaring to new heights.
Now we're going to where we both went to school, River City High School, home of the Raiders. We can say a lot, but just take it from us, it's awesome. As the one comprehensive high school district-wide, RCHS has an attendance that stretches the entire 26 miles of West Sacramento. At River City, there are over 2,000 students and several ways to explore your passions.
On to our last stop, Ridgeway Island Elementary, home of the most fearsome mascot, the Bees. Student population is just above 1,000, and they teach students from kindergarten to 8th grade. Ridgeway Island is nestled in one of the newest communities in West Sacramento.
The amazing team is committed to providing safe, supportive, and inclusive learning environment that fosters social and emotional well-being of students, staff, and their school community.
Thank you for joining us on this school bus tour, and we hope to give you a little insight on the many locations that Washington Unified School District. Make sure to walk your seatbelt, brush your teeth, tell your neighbors to sit down. Bye.
They're awesome.
Oh, that was so good.
So good. As you can see, the students are very talented, and the funnest thing about this project was they had the opportunity to put their personality into the video as well, which I think you can kind of see through the footage. So it's a fun thing that we'll be able to showcase throughout the year and after that as well.
This is where we go and have, yeah. Also, Lenise is amazing.
And Lenise actually had 2 home run program interns
Yeah.
working in her shop as well, so.
Yeah. I
Very
think,
supportive.
don't tell the other interns, but I feel like that's my favorite project that I've seen out
Right.
of the internship. That
That was so good.
That was really phenomenal. They both have perfect voices for it. They
I
sound
know.
they're
Oh, they do.
well on their way for
They were perfect
professional.
narrators,
Uh-huh.
so, right.
Yeah, that was great. Well, if there's any way we can honor them or send them a note or anything, let us know what we can do since they weren't able to be here too.
They'll be easy to track down.
Okay, all right. I know one of them. Okay. perfect. So moving on. My agenda right here. Okay, so now we have our association reports and we have WSTA report with President Knapp. Welcome.
Over here, you're closest to the mic.
Kobe just wants me to sit.
I do. Thank you so much.
We're going digital tonight. All right. Nice to be back together at the beginning of the school year. It's good to see everybody. I saw Mr. Pizzotti at my back to school night last night, but it's good to see everybody else. It's been a good summer, a summer where I broke my leg in Maui on a wave. So at least I was in Maui. But I'm glad to be back with you all tonight. So I just want to start out by celebrating the amazing beginning of the school year. From all reports, I'm hearing about great rollouts across the district. And trust me, I hear about things when they're rough, and there's been a few little things, but mostly the year has been great at the beginning. It was great to see families at back to school night last night. I know the high school had their back to school night last week. Thank you to the dedication of teachers and administrators for making back to school night work as we kind of start to get back to normal in our district. I also want to celebrate the collaboration between the cabinet and WSTA in regards to some MOU work that was done this summer for Westfield Elementary and Elkhorn Village. In our district, we are trying to make sure that we provide opportunities for students in middle school so that they can get as much enrichment as possible to offer them opportunities to develop educationally. And sometimes that's challenging in a K-8 model. And I will repeat that WSTA's position officially is that the WUSD needs to find a way to work back towards a middle school model. But in the meantime, I was so happy to work with Mr. Panu, Mr. Moisich, and Matt to find a way to make our schools better for students and teachers this summer. And in the spirit of this kind of cooperation, I'm excited about future opportunities to make sure that our schools fit the community around them. That's kind of the message from CTA too, is that we need to start building schools that fit their community. And our schools don't have to be all the same, but they have to serve the students that populate them. And so I sent a message to the team this last week and they reciprocated that we need to do more of this work and that our sites aren't going to look the same necessarily, but what they are going to look like is places for the kids that are in them to function. So we're really excited about that. With that being said, we're really hoping to start work early this year on models that work for our YOLO continuation high school. We want to make sure that the schools that serve the students with the greatest need have the greatest flexibility to do what students need. So in a continuation of the good faith, Mr. Panu and I and Stan and Matt had a conversation about how we can start that process early so we're not backed up against it at the end of the year, and we can start to make the necessary changes for these students to find the greatest success possible. We should also recognize that this sort of work, it reflects the community schools movement, which I'm so pleased to share that WUSD has been awarded a grant from the state to improve our school district by giving the opportunity for community schools. And it does just that. It gives the opportunity for our students to learn in a way that is effective within their learning environment. And so it gives us an opportunity to look at what works at different schools. So we just want to reach out and say WSTA would like to be involved. We have a lot of resources as CTA has been working hard on developing community schools plans, and we'd like to be involved at the ground level and make sure that this is successful for WUSD. On a more challenging side note, and I have been a victim of this scenario, there are several classrooms in our school district that have, over the past 2 weeks, been functioning without air conditioning. My classroom was only 2 days, but I can tell you those days were 106 and 107 degrees, and it was very hot, and the children were miserable and they could not learn. And that has also been happening in other sites in the district. And I know the district is working very hard to alleviate these problems, but there are sites that still have air conditioning problems. I find it concerning because in our district, we have a policy that if it gets too hot out on the blacktop, we don't allow kids to go to recess. And yet we're allowing kids to sit in the classroom that doesn't have air conditioning in 107-degree days. And my challenge to this room would be to say, because what I've heard from the district office is that we have a waiting list. This is not a scenario where a waiting list is appropriate. This is a scenario where we need to do whatever it takes to make sure our kids are safe. And if that requires, and I don't mean to cross over the line with my CSEA colleagues, but if that requires us to go get contractors to do the work to get it done quickly, then that's what it means, because this is a health and safety risk. And I want to make sure that our teachers and our children are safe. So I hope that this board addresses this as soon as possible. I want to congratulate HR. Don't congratulate HR very often. But I would say, looking across the room, it was really impressive, the work that HR did this summer to fill positions across the district. I'm hearing from my colleagues in leadership across the state that many of them have not been able to fill their vacancies, but HR filled all of their vacancies, pretty much all of them, by the end of the summer. And that is no easy feat, and it should be acknowledged. And WSTA members would like to thank you for that work to make sure our district runs appropriately. All right, too much love.
Yeah.
I would also like, well, I guess there's more love here.
Oh, good. I love.
I know that before the board tonight is, and maybe it happened in closed session, but is a motion to increase the salary of our superintendent. And actually, surprisingly, we believe that we should have parity with surrounding districts. And if our goal is to retain quality professionals at the highest level of leadership, so we don't have the revolving door that we've had in the past, then that's what we should do. So I want to say that we support this, and it's something that we should be doing. We appreciate when teachers are compensated appropriately for their work, and we recognize that we need to build that capacity at the higher level, and we should maintain our leadership so that we can continue to build, so we don't continue to lose people. That being said, we are eager to see that our superintendent begins to start to be able to put her footprint on the district and see what her vision is for the district. And we're hoping that this is kind of a benchmark moment where we start to see that vision come forward, because we're super excited to move into the future. And so we're ready to go with that. And I was able to have a conversation with Dr. Hildreth earlier this week where I expressed these very same things. And so we're excited. We have a really good working relationship, and I'm excited to see that moving forward. On a final word, we did something this year what we don't normally do, and that is that we endorsed a school board candidate extremely early before the process began. We endorsed before this person's opponent indicated their indication to run, and this is Trustee Kirby Gonzalez. Sarah Kirby Gonzalez has always been an unapologetic and steadfast supporter of students, education, and staff. As a teacher, she brings her expert knowledge of students and staff every single day that she works on behalf of our district. And we're grateful to have her. We're ready to rally WST organizational capacity to promote another successful campaign and election, which will ensure continued dedication to student learning and support for teachers and staff through both prosperous and challenging times. Further, and this is a critical point, Sarah Kirby Gonzalez understands the responsibility to reach out and seek input from stakeholders and does not simply take WUSD messaging at face value. We acknowledge and value her ability to see, hear, and work with all interests. Finally, it seems like an expectation has developed that trustees wait for stakeholder leadership to reach out in times of crisis or need. There is a responsibility as an elected official to actively seek conversations of those they serve and those who serve students. It would be beneficial to have all members of the board strengthen proactive outreach to stakeholders and take more responsibility to seek perspectives outside of closed session. And I just want to acknowledge that Trustee Gonzalez has always done that, has always reached out and said, what's going on with teachers? And so I want to thank Trustee Gonzalez, and we're so happy to have you running again. And with that huge political message that I send out to everybody, I'd like to say good evening. And wow, that was really positive. So I'll try and be a little more gritty next time.
Okay, thank you very much, President Neff. And we have CSEA report. We have President Gandara could not be with us this evening, and so he did email us his thoughts. And so I spoke also with President Wong, and we're going to read those this evening, given his circumstances. And so this is from CSEA. Our concerns are mainly about the effectiveness and willingness of our human resource leadership to get matters resolved in a timely and efficient manner. Leaves, why are leaves still not updated for classified staff? Comp time still isn't entered. SB 114 leave still isn't updated to reflect members' time. Members have sent emails with no response that are getting to be about a month old. Members have sent emails and it's returned with a voicemail. Why would we like, why we would like communication and email so it's documented. I have a member who still hasn't received a retro pay from their reclass. Health aid hours increases. We started the discussion on 6/22 of 2022, and it took until 8/15 of 2022 to have it completed and signed. The question is why? Why is it taking the district so long to complete negotiations on documents? Email regarding COVID fall protocols is still not correct and accurate. Why is the language that includes employer rights still being left out and not communicated to the members? It seems as though what gets left off is rights that do not follow the district's narrative. Guidelines cannot be left off, have to just cut and paste. Why is the district interpreting changes in guidelines? The language below should also be included in the email that is sent to all staff. Also, there are 6 bullet points in the Cal OSHA guidelines. Why are there only 4 bullet points in the district's communication? Other than these 2 bullets, don't fit the district's narrative and would make staffing a much more complicated thing to do at schools. Why leave these 2 out? The 2 bullets are, if an exposed employee who develops symptoms is unable to test or choosing not to test, they must be excluded until 10 days after the day of symptom onset. And if an exposed employee develops symptoms, they must be excluded pending the results of the test. We request an organizational chart so that employees and the public know the structure of the district. Most districts have these on their website. Why is WUSC being secretive and not sharing this? Why is HR not giving this information? On this note, we have requested how HR determines staffing ratios. Why do we have the same number of classified employees on sites with 700 less students or more? This makes no sense and is difficult to see more and more director positions being added to this district when the number of classified positions are stagnant. How is it equitable or safe for students or staff members? What are you doing to ensure equity across the district? And those are the comments of President Bandera. And so, and I see here, welcome to Clerk Venegas. And we are happy to have you. We are just now moving on to public comment. Okay, so I have a public comment that I'm going to read here. And I want to ensure that all members of the public know that there are public comment requests on the side that they can fill out as well.
Does anybody want? I'll grab forms.
All right, public comment disclaimer. Members of the public may address the board on the topics of our board agenda during every meeting. In addition, during regular meetings, the public may also address any topic within the jurisdiction of the board. Please know the board is listening to your comments, but by law cannot meaningfully respond in this forum to items not on the agenda. The board may limit the total public input to any topic on 20 minutes unless it waives an item limit for an item. Individual speakers may be limited to 3 minutes to comment on any topic. The board respects the right of members of the public to speak regarding matters within the jurisdiction. However, please recognize that comments regarding students other than the speaker's own children made during a public board meeting may be a violation of students' rights to privacy unless the speaker may be legally liable. If you reference a student's name other than your own student, you may be deemed out of order. Furthermore, it's important for the public to understand that negative or derogatory comments made against district employees or others, even those made in a public board meeting, may be actionable civil defamation. Although the board may not prohibit such comments, board policy allows the public to lodge complaints against the district employees, providing more opportunity to be heard than what's allowed under the open session meeting laws that govern this meeting. Okay, and I'm looking at our comments here. I do have some pre-submitted and you have them. Okay, you have them there. Okay, so then what we'll say is per what our rules have been, my understanding, so correct me if I'm wrong, with President Wong, is we'll do the 20 minutes. And then if we have time, we'll do the comments that have been emailed to us. But the email comments, I want to make it clear, all board members will receive. We all will read if we do not get to them. And they are in the record. So I want to make that clear ahead of time. But priority is given to the room. Okay. And I don't see, Mario, them on here, but you have them with you, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Whenever we're ready.
Okay.
2 or 3 minutes.
Can you tell us how many there are so we can make sure we hear them all? Because our time limit is 3 minutes, so we want to make sure everyone can speak.
There's 3 in-person comments.
Perfect. Okay, that's perfect.
Start the 20-minute timer.
Okay, perfect. So you have 3 minutes and welcome.
Okay, so our first comment is from, or comment request is from Louis Campos.
You know, I'd like to have Maria present first because she will present.
Okay. Well, let me. María García.
Hola, buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es María García. Vengo representando al comité de padres de la escuela de Riverbank. Y me gustaría primero que nada pasarles.
I'm going to ask one quick question. Can we do a translation? Do we have translation? Okay, and then we won't count that in your 3 minutes. So we'll do it in Spanish and then we'll do it in English.
Yeah.
Translation.
So if I can ask Stacy if you could assist, would you be willing to assist?
Okay,
Is that what Lou was gonna do next? I thought he was. Or was
Okay.
he not planning to do?
thank you.
I'm not sure.
I don't know, unless, Mr. Campos, were you planning to translate? I just want to make sure we do our time correctly. Thank you. No, okay,
Oh, okay.
okay.
Good talking again. No, ella está-
Okay, perfect. Wonderful, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so voy a comenzar los 3 minutos de nuevo, nomás porque aclaramos que iba a interpretar Stacy.
Restart.
Gracias.
I'll restart it.
Ok, quiero entregarles estos papeles. La razón que estoy aquí es para hablar acerca del agua. Sobre el agua, lo que está pasando dentro de la escuela de Riverbank. Eso es de muchas personas ya lo saben que el agua está muy mal para tenerla dentro de la escuela. Normalmente nuestros hijos no toman 5 minutos para pucharle al agua para poder beber el agua. Ni tampoco pueden poner cloro antes de empezar a tomar el agua. Estas fotos son tomadas de la escuela para que miren lo mal y las cosas que están pasando dentro de la escuela. Yo tomé lo que fue un examen del test donde se detecta la bacteria y es lo que venía a aclarar y quería comentarles sobre eso. Señora Hildred, estoy esperando su correo electrónico para que me aclare varias de las cosas que están pasando dentro de la escuela. Queremos transparencia dentro de lo que está pasando dentro de la escuela. No hemos recibido acerca de quién fue la persona que fue a hacer el test del agua de la escuela. Y queremos saber quiénes fueron las personas que fueron y queremos la transparencia junto con toda la evidencia de las cosas que están tomando. Nuestra representante que viene siendo la señora Christie, no he escuchado nada acerca de ella, qué es lo que está pasando. Ella ha sabido lo que está pasando dentro de la escuela porque recibe los correos electrónicos igual que todas las demás personas y no hemos escuchado nada de usted. Nuestro personal que está dentro de la escuela no toma el agua que nuestros hijos están tomando. No la toman. Ellos tienen su lugar donde toman el agua, especialmente nuestros principales y nuestras personas secretarias y quizás también los maestros toman de esa agua, pero nuestros hijos la toman directamente de esos bebederos. Muchas de las personas que me han visto, que he estado mirando lo que está pasando, me dan las gracias. Y no solamente son personas, padres de familia, son personas también dentro de la escuela, mismos maestros, personal dentro de la escuela que saben que el agua no está buena y especialmente a principios del año. Me encantaría que sigan brindándoles agua a nuestros hijos, porque no es justo que en los otros lugares, en otras escuelas, yo lo he mirado, que tienen acceso a tomar agua y a tomar también leche, si ellos lo deciden. El agua que mandaron es la Arrowhead, y esa agua normalmente no está muy buena para tomar.
So los 3 minutos ya llegaron. I did pause the 20-minute timer and I advised her that the 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. So Ms. Maria Garcia says that she's turning in some paperwork to you to talk about the water situation at Riverbank Elementary. Many people know that the water is in poor condition and has been that way for a while. The kids do not tend to turn on the water fountains for 5+ minutes prior to taking a drink, nor do they have access to bleach it to put it in a safe drinking condition. She has photos with her of the bacteria detection kit that she purchased to test the water. She mentioned that Dr. Hildreth has received an email from her and she's still waiting on a response to that email regarding who exactly performed the water test at Riverbank and what the results of that test were. She also hasn't heard from Ms. Christie, her school board representative, and she is included on all of the emails. School staff does not drink out of the same water fountains that the students do. The principals have their own water supply, the secretaries and the teachers don't drink from the water fountains and the unsafe conditions that the students have. People constantly are thanking her for the work that she's doing, not only parents, but teachers and other school site staff. And she would like to be able to offer clean and healthy water to the students of Riverbank, as well as milk like the other schools offer their students. She mentioned that they do provide Arrowhead water in the classrooms recently, and that was when her time.
¿Puedo poner algo que está cerca de lo que está pasando? También
¿Es un video?
No, es solamente en español, lo que les di a ellos.
¿Es una foto?
No, es una carta.
Distrito Escolar Unificado de Washington,
She's wanting to play a letter. Is her
930
time up?
West
She's on her
State
time.
Road,
Doesn't have to
oeste de
para el video. Se lo puede
Sacramento,
entregar
al 90.
Okay, can she submit that via email? Yeah. Perfect.
Se me olvidaba. Les puedo ofrecer una botella de agua de lo que mis hijos toman dentro de la escuela. Esta agua fue coleccionada en la escuela.
And she's leaving you a bottle of water to drink, and this is the water that her students drink at Riverbank from the fountains. You are welcome to drink this.
Okay.
Dime la
Okay, let's
fecha
have-
y la hora de dónde se tomó la agua.
Okay, let's have, we're gonna have Mr. Campos. Up now.
That's the date and the time that it was started.
I know, I don't feel comfortable having water that I didn't go
Yeah, I
seal,
don't
but I
think
will
we
go to
can.
Riverbank tomorrow and I will drink the water.
I see you
So, okay, can we please bring up Mr.
Yes, the next public comment request is from Mr. Louis Campos.
Thank you. Buenas noches. I'd like to just say that I've been supporting Maria in her efforts with regards to the water issue and also on the issue of school safety. And so we had a meeting here maybe a couple of months ago where we discussed that. But I think, I think it's important, and excuse me, I'm having a hard time with my throat. I think it's important to, before I go further, I'd like to say that Sarah, I was part of her campaign about when she was running for school board, like 10 years ago, 12 years ago, something like that, you know, so I recognize, you know, some people here, so I just want to acknowledge that. So getting back to the water issue and also school safety issues, I think that we in the community should be able to get as much information out to the community with regard to some of these issues. And Kobe just had a drink there of the water, and so did I, but I have maybe a different taste situation, but the water didn't taste very good to me at all either. So if I can make it home tonight, I will, you know, be very happy to do that. But I just wanted to spend my time here to really support what Maria and her group. And I met with some of the people in her group, El Comité de Padres. So El Comité de Padres is people, I think that some of them are here, that have been very supportive of the issues that she's involved with, but at times they might not want to say too much, but I know the feeling. They feel it inside and say, it is what it is. And I just wanted to be here this evening to give Maria's support and also to thank you as well, the school board and the school system for what they're doing. I think I was part of the strategic planning about a couple of years ago. And some of the things that came out of that strategic planning, I think were very good, but at the same time, they were not very good because there was no communication at times. But I see that now there is, and I like the presentation that was presented earlier, that the school system is really trying hard to accomplish what they want to accomplish in terms of supporting students. What I like to say to close is that when you're talking with students, you also need to be saying to them, of course, we're preparing you for college, but also the trades. The trades are very important in our world today. To have those kinds of skills, those are going to be fantastic skills for the future. So not only emphasize college per se, but put more emphasis on the trades. So I just want to leave that word with you, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Perfect.
Thank you. Yeah, good timing.
Good timing, Louis.
Our next public comment request is from Mr. Colin Melick.
Oh, the speaker is, although you, not that you're quiet.
I'm loud. I don't need to sit close. I don't mind.
Do
I'll make concessions.
I'm getting your 3 minutes start now.
Good evening, members of the board, superintendent, and cabinet. Good evening. Spent a lot of time this summer doing trainings, AVID, PLC, CTA, in addition to President's Conference to stay up to date with the latest and greatest. One thing I'm focusing on this year is to put learning at the center of every single thing we do. So please know that comments from here on out are always going to be turning towards the learning of our students, and it will always be focused. Positives or criticism are always going to be centered around the learning of our students. With that, let's start. Keep in mind safety concerns. You've heard it already tonight, apparently. Sexual assaults, fighting, bullying, things of this nature are on the rise, coming back to a full school year with students in hand, no longer virtual in the sense of COVID. Please keep in mind that these things are undercurrents that might not be visible. Sexual assault especially. I've had several conversations today are high on my radar of where students are feeling unsafe already. 10 days in, this is not appropriate nor acceptable. Please reach out to your site administrators and have conversation. Raise the volume. We cannot let the needle not move on this subject. This is unacceptable for our female students, for our students of color and diversity, for our trans or queer students, our LGBTQ communities, and male students as well. Any and all students deserve to be safe and to be feeling that they can learn in an environment where it is safe. We also need to advocate for students who are doing the right thing in WUSD. We need to support and highlight those moments where students are stepping in and stepping out and protecting and helping and advocating as well. That is just as vital as corrective behavior, actions, and disciplines as well. Thank you for that. WSTA does have and will continue to have resources to help plan effective community schools as the district begins. Please keep in mind, Superintendent Hildreth, that WSTA has many resources and avenues and aspects to help plan effective community schools as the district begins this and considers this important and implemented changes in our school systems. Finally, I want to talk about time. 8 months. 8 months is 1/3 of an elephant's gestation. It's 8/9 of a human being. It's 2 months short of a calendar school year, 8 months. It's 500 words a day, 110 days will get you a 250-page novel. And that means taking weekends off too. You want to double it, that's a 400-page book roughly. Music 1 hour a day for 8 months will get you Hotel California, but probably not Stairway to Heaven on a piano. Why am I telling you about time? 8 months ago, it came to you to talk about the football stadium sound system. 8 months ago, with all of those examples. As amazing as it was, and Dr. Hildreth was there, the sound system was a temporary fix. The sound system was provided by members of WUSD. What morale and message are we sending to our student athletes? What message do our student athletes hear when they hear it sounding like it's coming through a can? A temporary option is good. It's not a solution. Please do better.
Thank you. Okay, and so we do have, thank you for all the comments in the room. We do have some comments that were submitted to us. So we'll see how much time we have left and how far we get through those.
I have about 9.5 minutes
Oh,
left.
then I think we'll be just,
I will go ahead and
can you do that with time? If not, then I can read it if it's too much. Okay, thank you.
So the first pre-submitted general public comment was from Molly Stanley. The comment is as follows. I am writing in about the current dress code in WUSD. As a parent, I am hoping to find out the rationale behind the dress code. My concern is that it unfairly targets female identified students, doesn't help promote their learning, can lead to unneeded levels of anxiety around clothing choices, and create or reinforce harmful body image struggles. I believe the dress code should report equitable educational access and should not reinforce gender stereotypes. It has also been my experience in the district that the dress code is enforced to a greater degree in our grades K-8 than it is in our high schools, or at least River City High School. I have male identified children and a female identified student spread across both elementary school, middle school, and high school. For my male children, I rarely think twice about what my students wear. Clothes in most stores allow for not much thought to be put into it. That is not the case with my female student. I'm not going to talk about her body type because that is the whole point of my concern, but I will say that it is challenging to find clothing that fits her and fits the dress code, especially in the warmer months. She elects to wear pants or leggings even in 100 plus degree days for fear of being dress coded. I don't want any adults scrutinizing my daughter's body and asking themselves, can I see their undergarments, or look at my little girl's thighs and ask, do those shorts touch at mid-thigh? If a female identified student wants to wear a sports bra to school because she has PE, She then is excluded from wearing any type of tank top or V-neck, scoop neck, or boat neck shirts as the sports bra might show near her neck per the current policy. If you think this is absurd, that staff would use discretion and not view that as a dress code violation, so did I, but this year that doesn't seem to be the case. I encourage you to look the Oregon Now model student dress code and see if some of that makes sense for our district. They value all students and staff are responsible for managing their own person distractions without regulating individual students' clothing self-expression. What a powerful thing to teach our young people in WUSD. Our last public comment received pre-submitted is from Erica Fries. General public comment is as follows. I would like to open the discussion about WUSD's dress code policy. As a parent of a first, third, and sixth grader at Bridgeway Island and wanted to find out the rationale for a policy that appears to single out female identified students based on how much their body is showing. The second week of school, my third grader came home letting me know she had been dress coded. My 8-year-old was sent to the office and then had the office staff look at her legs and determine if that in fact was, quote, too much of her thighs were showing while missing out on academics and being singled out in front of her peers. Thankfully, she was sent back to class, but now has questioned every outfit of choice if it's, quote, too much of her legs are showing. As a parent, I am appalled that my 8-year-old now has these thoughts daily. As a mental health professional, I am irate that single comments like these can cause a child to question their body. We can do better in teaching our children, especially our young girls, that shorts at most lengths are appropriate. I have worked hard to break generational body imagined trauma in my family, and in one instance, over a pair of girls' Target shorts, I now have a body conscious daughter. I do support a dress code where it is equitably enforced across genders. Male identified students getting dress coded for wearing pajama pants has an extremely different connotation over a female identified student who is having grown-ups look at her legs and saying it's too much of her skin showing. That honestly makes me uncomfortable just writing that. That means something is wrong with this policy. I don't know what the correct answer is, but I do know that length of shorts and even tank top straps width should not be the forefront of the education that our children are receiving. For my son, I never once think about what he puts on for the day. For my girls, I have to look over them every morning to make sure they won't be singled out for a dress code. That is not okay. Please continue to revisit this policy and address it with administration at the schools. That concludes all public comments.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, now we're moving on in our meeting away from public comments. Again, thank you for everyone who submitted. We are now on M, our public hearing. Public hearing for the 2022 developer fee justification study and the proposed statutory level 1 developer fees. And that is with Assistant Superintendent of Business Services, Monique Silva.
Good evening, board, Superintendent Hildreth, and executive cabinet and community members. This evening, we are presenting the developer fee study. As part of law, we are required to do a public hearing before we present to you and request your approval of any increases in the developer fees. Our partner from Schoolworks is here to present the developer fee study to provide you details and open up conversation related to the public.
Good evening. Again, my name is Ken Reynolds, president of Schoolworks, and we prepared a developer fee study for the school district. And basically, developer fees are a resource the district has when new homes are built or any new residential or commercial projects are built. You're allowed to levy what we refer to as a developer fee. And so those revenues help pay for your facility projects. And again, as we saw earlier, you have a lot of modernization work going on. And so again, that's just one of the allowable uses of developer fees. Every 2 years, the State Allocation Board looks at the cost of school construction and does an augmentation or adjustment for inflation costs. And so that is the action that the SAB took in February this year. There was an increase allowed from what used to be a rate of $4.08 per square foot, the new rate is now $4.79. Again, that's a significant increase, 71 cents. But again, it's just to keep up with the cost of inflation compared to 2 years ago. So that is our most significant rate we've ever had an increase over time. But again, the inflation we've seen these past 2 years has been the most significant in our time also. Again, the reasons we do a level 1 study for you is basically every 2 years, we need to update it to account for the newest information in terms of your student population, your capacities, student yield rates. And we keep up to date with all the newest ed codes and government code requirements and any laws that may have changed in the industry. And so some of the basics on your particular study that we have in our analysis includes looking at, right, how many homes are projected to be built, looking at how many students are generated from those homes. And so your yield rate currently is 0.3919 students per home. Those numbers are lower than what the numbers used to be years and years ago. As we've seen home costs increase, we've seen yield rates drop. So that's one of the reasons we need to keep up to date with what the numbers are. Another interesting fact in our analysis of your district is the average size new home being built right now. It has decreased as we've gone to higher density developments. And so our average right now is 1,191. So seems like a relatively low number, but again, that's quite commonplace in higher density development.
Is that West Sacramento?
That's for, yeah, your district boundaries. Okay. That's the average size permit being pulled right now.
1,100 and what?
91. And so our analysis, basically looking at your needs and comparing to the students that are generated and the cost to house those students, again, based on state standards for funding, comes out to an average need of just under $11 per square foot is, you know, what you would need to collect from developers for residential projects in order to meet all of your needs. Of course, you're limited to that state cap of $4.79, but since your needs exceed that cap, you are entitled to the maximum fee. And then finally, I'd like to talk about the use of developer fees. Obviously, if you're building new schools, if you're expanding your existing schools, if you're needing to put in some portables, or if you're wanting to get rid of portables or replace them with permanent buildings, all those are types of projects that are allowed. And of course, the important one is modernization, or any upgrades to your existing buildings. Those are also allowable uses of level 1 developer fees. A lot of times you think you can't do that, but that's because there's also level 2 fees that have a higher restrictions on them on what they could be used for. Of course, if you need any additional land, that's also no allowable use of your developer fees. And then finally, with approval of the study and the resolutions before you this evening, the new fees would go into effect in 60 days. And so with approval this evening, the new fees would then go into effect October 24th. And so there's that 60-day waiting period. And there are, I believe, 2 resolutions for you to approve tonight. One approves the study that we did, and the other one, as a separate action, authorizes the increase in fees. Again, based on the laws that were passed, it is recommended by the attorneys that we do this as 2 separate action items, whereas in the past, we always used to do it as a single action item. Again, just to make sure we're complying with all the newest laws. With that, I'd like to be able to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Are there any public comments on this item?
No
Maria?
public comments received.
Okay, do you have any comments, Clerk Venegas? Okay, any comments in the room? Any comments? I have a question. How does this compare to other school districts and what they might be doing?
All the districts that we're working with have been updating their fees to the newest rates.
Okay.
Again, we're not really collecting more per se, we're just keeping up with inflation. Again, I read an article recently about the city relaxing some of its fees on some of the projects. Developers can negotiate individual agreements with the school district when there are special circumstances. And so again, anyone that does not have a specified agreement with you, is then falls back to the standard level one rates. But you are allowed to enter into special agreements in certain situations where the developers have special needs or you need to negotiate an arrangement.
I'll just make the comment, if you have a public comment, we have to fill it out. We have a public comment form.
Yes, I have, yes.
Oh, okay. So one more question then with that, or I guess more it's a statement, is we've noticed in what we've been doing that our facility costs in terms of building, you brought forward to us some of the things, projects we wanted to do, and we had to discuss even reducing some of those because of how much cost has gone up. So I assume that this might help us with some of that. Is that true, Assistant Superintendent as well, or?
It will help a small amount.
Okay.
Because as was shared, we need a lot more than what we can collect in developer fees. So we have a high need and not enough to be able to support that.
Okay. And in the future, we'll do public comments. Once we entertain and call for it and then the board begins speaking, then we'll stop, but we'll allow it for now. And since that was not expressively shared. So I believe we have a public comment now. Yes, do you have a question?
Quick question.
Okay.
Yeah. So the increase in developer fees can be used for paying off debt. Is that correct? Okay. And then the level two, what is level two?
Districts that have a projected enrollment in excess of your capacity to house the students. And if you meet certain prerequisites, you can do what's called a level two study. Our understanding of your statistics would not allow you to collect the level two because you have adequate capacity
for now.
That seems uncommon.
Are there?
There are some, yeah.
Okay, so we'll do a public comment now.
For the public hearing.
Yeah, for the public.
Is that what your comment is for? Okay.
Just say that, yes.
Yeah, we'll come on up and then we'll make sure you're on
I
sound.
just wanted to say that a couple of days ago, Mayor Guerrero reported that they are projecting the population of West Sac to grow by 2,000 people in the next year, just so you know, as far as what's coming. So that's all.
Okay, thank you for sharing that. Apologize for our formal systems that we have in place. Okay, with no other questions, then we will close the public hearing and move on, and thank you for the information. Very helpful. Okay, and so that does take us to the information discussion items. And one is the 2022-2023 Washington Unified School District 45-day revise. And again, Assistant Superintendent of Business Services, Monique Stovall.
Thank you for having me again. This evening, we are presenting the 45-day budget revision for the 2022-23 budget. Next slide. As we begin all of our budget presentations, we like to begin with the annual budget cycle. We are at step 3 of the budget cycle, which is the 45-day revise. Next slide. We'll cover just 3 major items this evening. Of course, the legal requirements, Budget Act key changes, and then discuss our next steps. Next slide. We wanted to take a moment to look at the legal requirements related to a 45-day revise. We know that by July 1, districts are required to adopt the budget for the next school year. Then no later than 45 days after the governor signs the Budget Act, districts must make available for the public any revisions to the adopted budget that is made as a result of the Budget Act. However, districts are not required to revise the adopted budget if there aren't material or even what they call significant changes as a result of the Budget Act. Next slide. So in essence, a 45-day revision is optional. Even though we anticipate as a result of the Budget Act that we are going to see an increase in one-time and ongoing revenue, We want to take the time to review those changes and create education plans that support our students and align with our strategic plans before we make those changes. We're also waiting on more information about the true changes as a result of the Budget Act. For example, just, I think it was maybe Friday or even this week, we received new information about the revenue that we may be receiving, which if we had made those changes to the adopted budget, we would have had to make additional changes. So right now, what we anticipate is the changes as a result of the Budget Act will include in future budget reports like our first interim. And so this evening, we'll be providing you a budget update and what we estimate and project what those changes may be for us. Next slide. So let's talk about the key changes. Next slide. In May, we shared with you a slide similar to this for the May revision. So just a reminder, the governor has a budget proposal in January. Then there's a revision in May, and then we have the Budget Act in late June, no later than July 1. On this slide, in the very last column, we wanted to highlight the changes from May to the Budget Act. So you'll see in the first row, the LCFF, the local control funding formula, the main source of revenue for our district, increased from May to the Budget Act by about 2.8 billion. The Proposition 98 guarantee, which in essence is how much the state must appropriate for schools, increased by about 0.1 billion. The statutory COLA, no change. And the discretionary block grant decreased from the May projections to the, the May proposal to the Budget Act by 2.6 billion. And then there's a new source of revenue for districts, a new program called the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant, where the state is allocating $7.9 billion for schools. Next slide. Now we want to take a look at the two different types of funding of revenue that is projected to come to our district. We'll first talk about ongoing revenue. So this is revenue that we anticipate to receive year after year after year. Next slide. In May, we talked about the local control funding formula factors. Just a reminder, we get a base grant. On that is a statutory COLA going from the bottom to the top. Then we get revenue based upon grade span adjustment for our K3 or 9-12. Then we receive supplemental and concentration grants. And then at the very tip top, in May, it was proposed an increase to the base grant. In May, that was 3%. However, with the Budget Act, it is a 6.28% increase to the LCFF base funding above and beyond the statutory COLA. Next slide. We also wanted to revisit a couple key changes in the Budget Act that affect our average daily attendance. As a reminder, our average daily attendance is how many students attend school every day. We're not funded on enrollment, we're funded on the number of students who come to school each day. Prior to the Budget Act, we calculated that attendance on the current year ADA or the prior year ADA. With the Budget Act, it's official that we now calculate our funding based upon the current year ADA, prior year ADA, or the average of the prior 3-year ADA. That helps us, especially in this situation that we're in now due to COVID, because our ADA has declined. So we're able to go back a few years to help us with that calculation. Next slide. A major and unanticipated change in the Budget Act for us is the 2021 average daily attendance relief. This allows us to apply our 2019-20, so our pre-COVID ADA percentage, to our 21-22 ADA. So that means that prior to COVID, our ADA percentage was about 95%. In 21-22, it was about 90, a little less than 92%. So that's a big change. We have to meet certain requirements in order to get this ADA relief, which we did, and that was related to independent study. So because of the 2021-22 average daily attendance relief, we expect to have an increase in our LCFF funding for this year and the next 2 years. Next slide. Next, we have the Expanded Learning Opportunities Program, also known as ELOP. This program focuses on before and after school programs for our unduplicated students in grades TK through 6. Our unduplicated students, those are our students who are identified as foster youth, homeless, or from households that are low income. We have to spend at least 75% of this grant funding on arts education, and any extra funding can be used to support infrastructure for our before and after school programs. Next slide. Finally, and I'm very excited about this new part of our budget act, we get more money for homeschool transportation to help kids get to school every day, to help parents get their students to school every day safely. In the Budget Act, we now have the ability to receive the greater of, either an add-on, so an extra bit to our LCFF funding, or up to 60% of the prior year transportation costs. Our prior year transportation costs, annual costs, are over $1 million. There's several $1 million. And so if we are able to increase our funding related to transportation, we can continue to do great things for kids. Next slide. So let's summarize the estimated change in our ongoing revenue. Based upon the information we have right now, we expect and estimate that this change will be about $9.3 million coming to our district for ongoing. We still need to look at the details. We still need to talk about the education plans related to this, but based upon what we know right now, we're looking at about $9.3 million coming to us. Next slide. Now let's talk about one-time revenue. One-time revenue, they have a lot of restrictions related to it, and they have a deadline for spending that revenue usually. So we'll talk about two of the one-time revenue associated with the Budget Act. Next slide. The first is the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant. This is the new funding, the funding that we did not know about and was not in the prior governor's proposals. The Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant, the funding is available through 27-28, and it's estimated to provide about $2,100 for unduplicated ADA. So unduplicated students that are identified as homeless, foster, or from low-income families, and the number of students who attend school every day. It's intended to support instructional learning time, staff to pupil ratios, credit deficiencies, academic services, academic support, and finally, to close learning gaps. Next slide. No problem.
$2,100 per year.
Per student, per targeted student, per unduplicated student.
But how, like per student, but like annually or, yeah.
And we'll summarize how much it is.
Okay.
So the next grant that we're talking about, that we'll talk about, this is another one-time grant, is specifically focused on arts, music, and instructional materials. It's another discretionary block grant intended for professional development, instructional materials, diverse books, operational costs, and COVID-19 supplies. This money is available through June 2026 and about $660 per ADA. So per student that attends school every day. Next slide. Based upon the information we have right now, we're anticipating that this will be about $15.2 million. of one-time funding coming to our district. We still have to look at the details. We still need to learn from CDE the true final allocation. But based upon the information we have right now, we're looking at a significant amount coming to our district to support our students for the next several years. Next slide.
Oh.
This is great. But I wouldn't be your assistant superintendent of business services if I didn't provide some cautions. Right. So we have an opportunity to make a significant investment in our students. However, 60% of this new revenue is one time. So prior to COVID, our motto was that we do not spend one-time money on things that eat. And we need to be mindful of that. And so I caution us about how we spend this money and what education plans we create, and make sure that we're very thoughtful to create sustainable programs to be able to serve our students with this new money coming. Next slide. So finally, let's talk about our next steps. Right now, we're still closing the books. So we're still getting the final revenue and expenditures from last year to see where we really landed last year. Last year was another COVID year. And so things are going to change a little bit from adopted budget. We know that, but we need to see how significantly they change. We need to continue to analyze the Budget Act to see if what we were seeing in this presentation rings true. We also need to create a detailed plan for any carryover from last year and the new revenue. And finally, we'll incorporate those changes into our first interim financial report. Next slide. Back to the annual budget cycle. So we've completed the 45-day budget revision. Next up is our unaudited actuals. That's what comes after we close the books. It's called the unaudited actuals because the auditors haven't looked at it yet and haven't approved it. So that will come in September. And then we anticipate being able to incorporate the changes that we've shared with you today into our first interim report in December. Next slide. Always like to end with thanking our team. So I am forever grateful to our fiscal services team for assisting us with this work. And I'm available for any questions.
Wow. Do we have public comments on this item?
No public comment.
Okay, now is the time if you have a comment to get it in. Otherwise, we're going to go to board discussion. Like we just unpacked a giant Christmas present. Wow. Okay, any comments in the room?
Oh.
Okay.
I was just curious about well, now it's like, meh. I mean, this is great. I'm like, whoa. But the discretionary block grant, you said was anticipated to be 2.6 billion more. There was a slide in the beginning.
That
You compared the three, the learning recovery, the discretionary block grant, and so with the discretionary block grant is arts and music. And I was just, but then there's learning recovery. And so I was just curious, do those, but then you did say that they're restricted.
Yes.
So for a certain amount of time and for a certain purpose. I always like to have more arts and music funding.
Yeah.
So will that impact us in any way, that the I guess less 2.6 billion? I know it's statewide.
So in May, and Mario, can you go back to the slide, please? The one with the, it's one of the first slides with the tables on it. So in May, the governor proposed a certain amount for that discretionary block grant. But after conversations and negotiations with the legislature, that how much he proposed when it came to the Budget Act, it was $2.6 million less than what he proposed. but we're still getting a significant
So
amount.
666 per.
Exactly.
Okay, and
Yes.
we didn't project anything based on
Correct.
what is projected.
Correct.
We didn't project on project,
We
okay,
did not include it in the adopted budget
okay,
because there were too many unknowns
Right.
at that time, and it's very good
right,
that we didn't put it in there because we're getting less
yeah,
than what it said in May. So that was a responsible part of our budgeting and our practices here in this district.
perfect. Now I'm understanding, 2 years later. Thank you.
Now I got it. So of the 15,200,000 of the one-time monies, can any of that be used on infrastructure?
To be determined. And when you say infrastructure, can you give me,
So if we need to build out capacity for TK or for after-school programs, or, even for, I don't know, expanding or fixing things that are broken.
I like your thinking. I don't know yet.
Okay.
We are still waiting for more information on exactly what the allowable uses are.
As soon as I saw that, first thing popped into mind were our quick strike projects
Yeah.
that we wanted to do. So that was kind of like, oh,
Yeah.
one-time monies are perfect for those things. So, so 60% prior year for transportation. Do we have an idea what that number is looking like to us?
We do. So we can go back to that slide. I think it was about 2 million.
2 million? Okay. So would that also be the inclusion of fleet purchasing as well as fleet purchasing, so replacing old,
I hope so.
again, more
Again, more
infrastructure?
information to come. So right here, yes, it was about $2 million.
Okay. Go ahead.
And also to share, we receive about $411,000 a year for transportation,
Okay.
and our costs are much higher. And so every year, the general fund, we need to use that money to help support transportation. So it's a nice offset to the expenses on the general fund. But either way, we plan to use it to be able to help improve our transportation services. And again, just like before, I like your thought process.
Okay. Because I'm just thinking about if it's gonna be transportation, I'm just curious if we can replace some of our older fleet vehicles that are costing us money to fix and repair and replace, as well as maybe adding additional vehicles to our fleet. But then you gotta find the drivers to drive
We
it.
have to find it. We have to find it.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Clerk Venegas, do you have any? We can't see you,
Yeah.
but I'm
Yes.
sure you're there. There you are.
Can you guys hear me?
You're on
Oh,
mute.
hold on.
Can
Can
you
you
hear?
unmute yourself? Do you want to
I-
share or are you good?
No,
No, I can't. I'm sorry, there's a box on your face. So, I can't hear you. Now you're there.
can you hear me?
Hang on.
I can't hear you.
Give me 1 second, 1 second. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me? No?
We're working on it. We'll let you.
Hang on a second. Quick.
Let me know. I'll just keep saying mic check.
There you go.
All right, mic check, 1, 2. Yes?
Yes, go ahead.
You're quiet, so you can be very loud.
Okay, perfect. First of all, I'd like to thank you, Monique, for the presentation. I do just want to point out one thing before I comment on the presentation is this is a incredible opportunity, and I urge the district. They're multilingual individuals, and there's a captive audience, and there's an engaged audience. Dialogue. There's no, language being a barrier, and dialogue. We don't know if there is questions. And this is just can be a missed opportunity to engage the communities that we serve. So I just do want to just say that I know as a district, we are working towards those multilingual communications, but it is still a barrier, and it is still very real when we don't have that dialogue per se, right? Because right now, and I do want to thank Ms. Stacy Tran for being in the building and translating as well. So when it comes to the presentation, with those one-times, with the one-time money, I guess a question, and this is just so the public can hear, is how do we prioritize one-time opportunities, or what's the process of evaluating how to maximize one time? What do we look at first? Is it students? Is it facilities? Is it, to Kobe's point, is it facility? Like how do we determine how to best maximize? Is there a process? Is there a formula that we're currently using? Is there other examples of other sites that are using this, and how are they innovating? What is just a process for the public that is sitting there in our community? How do we determine what is the best way to use one-time money?
Maybe you could repeat that
So the question, if I captured it correctly, is how do we prioritize use of our one-time money? I'm going to add that in to support our students. And I say we always start with our strategic plan. That's the first place we go. And then we go out from there. So what programs and services will support our strategic plan? What educational plans do we already have that maybe we need to add to? And I would say evaluate prior to adding to it to make sure that everything we do aligns with our strategic plan. So those, I think, are the first steps that we need to take in this process.
And if I can add to that, Clerk Venegas, it's also thinking of what we can move around. So for example, I think Ms. Doval mentioned the transportation. So if we now are going to get additional funding in transportation with its own fund, which we've never had before, that will then allow us to not use that funding through the general fund, which opens up that funding source to support our students, again, aligned to the strategic plan. So it's also looking at how will this money help us actually, switch that's paid out of this fund so we can use the general fund for more things. But it is, again, going to the purpose of the strategic plan and all of that input that we spent those 7 months gathering, including, and I would say especially from our students, because we really, that's why we do this work. It is for our kids. And so the value of the strategic planning process was that in the beginning, when we did get feedback from 3,300 students about their needs and their wants, and that's what our strategic plan is tied to. So using that in everything we do will be what we share with trustees and the public.
Perfect. Thank you for that. And the only reason I asked the question is so that we have the strategic plan, even if we find out there's more money coming or more one-time money, we as a community, we know that there was a plan in place, put in student first, and ensuring that ultimately we're sticking to our plan, right? We want to communicate that over. So just simply asking that question for clarity. So I appreciate you both for your answers.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, my question is briefly, I right away, wheels spinning, but I'm not the one on the ground. I thought, about our getting some instruments that can stay for long terms, things like that. It's the smaller class size, if it's temporary, even to work with kids, I thought of. But we have a VAPA task force that's coming back this year, I know, to meet with other work. We have an equity task force that's coming. Of course, we talked about the strategic plan. It sounds like we need to have a plan by December for this, so I assume we're gonna hit the ground running and that the VAPA task force can take some of this on their plate to look at, or what are we thinking about process or how we can support that?
Yeah, I think all of your ideas are legitimate. This is not a situation where we determine where we're going to go with this funding in a vacuum. We need input and we need engagement with our entire community. And so thank you for sharing those task force. I think those are areas and groups that we need to engage with. And especially, you know, I would recommend too, that we go to our experts, our VAPA teachers. Tell us what you need. Tell us what you see with our students to help us in the process of determining how best to use this funding. And I like how he said the opportunity. We have an opportunity to do amazing things, and we need to make sure that we're including our entire community in the conversation.
Yeah. Okay. Yes, I agree. Hit the ground running in all of the meetings. I know like what they're doing in summer school and talking about expanding some of those, you know, there's just so many good people, good things happening that I know that all their voices can come up with some good stuff for this.
Sure.
Do you have a public comment?
WSTA comment.
Okay, we'll do it. Okay, we'll do it. Okay.
I just don't do this very often. I just, for the record, after seeing this, this budget report, I'd like to offer that we have been making strides in working towards our SEL education program. We've hired 2 SEL coordinators. But one of the areas, and I know everybody's got this question mark over their head moving forward, is what sort of facilities are we going to have for SEL at each site? And I guess my question or my comment would be if there is opportunity to use the restricted one-time money to help facilitate facilities so that we can start to build SEL programs. I understand that doesn't resolve staffing issues because that's ongoing money. But the facilities are a real problem, especially at our impacted sites. I would hope that this board would consider those facilities because our restorative measures are really necessary for the well-being of our students going forward. And we really need infrastructure to be able to do restorative work. And we just don't have the infrastructure right now, and it might be an opportunity. So that's just.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Okay. This is great. Well, then we'll move on in discussions if no more comments. And we have the 2021-2022 California Assessment of Student Performance and Progress CAS results update, and that is Superintendent of Educational Services, Sam Moisich, and Director of Curriculum Instruction and Professional Learning, Matt Ainsworth. Good thing it's written down so I can remember that long time. That's really, yeah. I'm probably told that before when we got our hopes up, like I said, that was the right period to do it. Okay. Take it away.
All right, good. Greetings, everybody. Thank you very much. Tonight, we're going to talk a little bit about our assessments from last year. And so we can go to the next slide. Just to remind everyone, the information that we're covering here tonight all belongs to Pillar Equity Focused Teaching and Learning, which is in our strategic plan. This all comes from that. All the metrics, all the data that we're sharing here tonight about these assessments, all of these are metrics in our LCAP and our strategic plan. Just to kind of make you guys aware of that. We can go to and so tonight we're going to talk about CAS. We're going to talk about iReady. We're going to go over the science test for California and talk a little bit about what we're doing in terms of improving on those things for next year, this current school year, excuse me. Remind everybody that the CASP test, the California Assessment of Student Performance and Progress, that's the state test. This test is given to all 3rd and 8th graders and 11th graders for English language arts and math. The CAS test, that's California Science Test, is given to 5th, 8th, 11th, and last year we gave it to 12th graders because we had to make up some from the COVID years. The CAS testing, of course, was suspended during the 2019-2020 school year due to COVID, and school districts were given an option for the 2021 school year to do a more local diagnostic. So we here at Washington Unified, we elected to administer our iReady diagnostic to 3rd and 8th grade students, and we gave CASP to the 11th grade students, and that was for the last school year. The next slide. Okay, so just to show everybody what you're looking at here, you're looking at diagnostic scores from 2018 and 2022, mostly for CASP. So just to kind of give you an idea of what we're looking at, if you look at the 2017-18 year under math, you'll see that we, in the District of Washington Unified, we had 69% of our students that did not meet standard or exceed standards, whereas 31% did in the subject of math. And as we just kind of keep going through the years, you can see the results. You notice that in 2019-20, it's basically suspended, it's blank. There was no test given that year. In 2020-21, we have an asterisk on that because that wasn't the CASP test, that was iReady for 3rd and 8th grade students. So we kind of go forward to 21-22. Basically, there's a 3-year difference gap between the last time our students in Washington Unified have actually taken the CASP. That basically means that all the 3rd and 4th and 5th grade team students of last year, that would have been their first time taking the CASP. Usually that's just your 3rd graders, but last year for us, it was the 3rd, 4th, and 5th graders. I don't need to probably go into detail to talk to you about what happened in between those 3 years. We know that was really rough for everyone, a lot to talk about there. Taking us forward into last school year, the last time we took the CASP was 21-22, this past April and May. That's going to be our benchmark year, given that we've had 3-year gap between the last time we took it. So we look at this last result as our benchmark baseline that's going to take us forward, and we expect to make progress from there. To go a little bit more into depth into the data from last year, I have our Director of Curriculum Instruction and Professional Learning, Mr. Matt Ainsworth, and he's going to dive a little deeper with us.
Thanks, Sam. Thanks, everyone. So we're going to zoom in on, really want to focus on that bottom line of that table, that 21-22. Yep. 21-22 results. So this table is for last year's math CASP results. And this is zooming in, we're looking at it by grade level strand. Again, the column with red and yellow, those are students who did not meet or nearly met standards. Just to simplify the table, we combined those 2 measures. And then the green and blue are students who met or exceeded standards. Again, the achievement comparison, you can see the color breakdown of where that black line is of where met and not met meets. So looking at our 3rd through 11th grade in math, you can see that we do have a strong start in 3rd grade. For the first time those students have taken that test. And then a gradual decline year after year through the secondary grades and the number or the percent of students who are meeting or exceeding standards in math. On the next slide, we have the same table for language arts, English language arts. And you can see the inverse for language arts. Our students continue to grow, starting with, again, about that same 30-35% range the first time they were taking it, and continue to grow through secondary and tremendous results with our 11th grade students, with 61% meeting or exceeding standards in language arts. So just a bit of a background about iReady. iReady is a tool that we use. It's a gift that we are able to monitor growth throughout the year. One thing that we see with our CASP scores year after year is that it is end of year data. It's not truly actionable in the moment. We get the results over the summer. The students have moved on to a new teacher. And so what we can do with our iReady tool, it's a diagnostic that students take 3 times over the course of the year. And we get to monitor their growth in their class with their teacher over the course of that same grade level. And so just a little background about iReady, it's an online diagnostic. It is adaptive. And so each question is individualized for each student, depending on the question that they got either right before. If they got it right, the next one gets a little harder. If they get it wrong, the next one gets a little easier. Ultimately, the goal is for them to get half of them right, half of them wrong, to be able to find out where they truly are on iReady. And so the reason why we're sharing a little bit of background about iReady is because, again, for the first time, we're able to show some growth of beginning of the year iReady diagnostic to our end of year CASP. And we want to see how students grew from the day they walked in until that CASP test. So Mario, if you go on to the next one. So again, so we tried to simplify this table. So we'll just zoom in on the first one. It's by grade level. And so the top row is the iReady percent of students who met or exceeded standards in iReady at the beginning of the year. And this is the diagnostic they take in August, early September. And so for 3rd graders last year, 6% of students in the fall were meeting or exceeded standards.
Quick question on that
Yes, sir.
particular point. Is that the end of grade 3? Because you're taking it at the beginning of the year for the iReady. Is the end of grade 3 standards met?
You're exactly right. So it is, when they walk into 3rd grade, is what do you know about 3rd grade, right?
Basically, you're already ready for 4th grade.
If they aced it, that would be great. And so so again, our 3rd graders were 6% meeting and exceeding standards. So again, what you would expect. It's the first month in 3rd grade, they're not supposed to know 3rd grade standards yet. That's what 3rd grade's for. And we saw a 30% increase from those students over the course of the year when they took their CASP. And you can see each grade level showed some significant growth. The average for our 3rd through 8th grade students was 14% growth from their fall iReady diagnostic to their spring CASP test. Then that table is for math. We have similar table for language arts.
Although, can I just make sure I'm understanding? Because you also had iReady data for later in the year, correct?
Yes, so we had iReady, they took it again in November and December, they took it again in March, and then or February, March, and then CASP was after spring break in April.
Okay, and then I remember you had shared that with us in the past because they're different measures. So when we're talking about the growth they made from here to there, I mean, just acknowledging they're different, I'd be interested to know, not right now, but if the CASP at the end of the year matched maybe where they were in iReady too, just being interested.
And so we did look at that.
Okay.
To look at the correlation of their March iReady with their spring CASP.
Okay.
Very directly related.
Okay.
More so in math than language arts. The reason why the language arts iReady and CASP are different is CASP has a lot of writing. iReady doesn't. iReady is just so that's the difference. But we thought about that same measure.
Okay.
It's not apples to apples, but this is for the first time, same kid, same teacher over the course of the year. And so the next slide is language arts. So again, same table. We're looking at the top line is their iReady in the fall, and the second line is CASP in the spring. You see that 3rd grade held steady over the course of the year, but then we really saw improvement in growth from 4th through 8th grade, an average of 13% growth from that diagnostic one in the fall to the CASP in the spring. And like I said, the measure is much, it's greater. There's a greater difference in iReady and CASP in language arts because of the writing component. Okay, so we do have some direct CASP to CASP results. Our 11th graders last year did take the CASP test at the end of the year. And so this is a totally different table because we're now looking at different kids. This is last year's 11th graders, or sorry, 2 years ago, 2021 11th graders. And we're comparing just the overall, again, baseline data of our 21, 22 11th graders. Different kids, they came in with different strengths, they came in with different areas of concern, but our 2021 results were 29% in math met or exceeded standard. In our 2021-22 results, 20% of those students met or exceeded standards. Language arts, we were at 56% 2 years ago. In our scores last year, again, with a different group of students, were 61% meeting or exceeding standards. And so that is a more traditional report of what you would see year after year CAS growth. And so we just wanted to share that because the 11th graders last year did take CAS instead of an iReady at the end of the year. This is a measure that we don't normally report. This is the CAST, the California Science Test. And again, this is a test that 5th, 8th, and 11th graders take. There is a requirement that before students graduate, they need to take it at some point. Last year's 12th graders had never taken it. So the team at River City and Yolo did a great job to bring all 11th, 12th graders together to do a mass test for this CAST test. And you can see again, what percent of students met or exceeded standards. We're comparing it to the last CAST results we have, which was 2018-19. Again, different kids. This is actually a pretty interesting measure because the 5th graders in 2018-19 are the 8th graders from 2021-22. So this lucky group got to take the CAST both times without any hesitation. So you could look at, for example, the 2018-19 5th grade results, which was at 22%. And this is the same group of students. Again, obviously some are going to move in, some are going to move out. But in the 21-22, that same group of students took the CAST test again, held pretty steady with the same percentages. And another interesting thought, the 8th graders in 2018-19 were the 11th graders who took it in 2021-22. So we do get to kind of track that same group, obviously 3 years, and a lot had happened to those students in between those 2 times they took the CAST, but it is interesting to be able to kind of track that progress over the course of the years for the CAST test. Okay, I apologize for this day. This is a busy one. And so this is a report, and I'll take you through each column of really breaking down our subgroups, both by ethnicity, socioeconomic disadvantage, English learners, students with disability, and gait. So if you look at the far left column, that is all students across the district. That's kind of gives you the district-wide results. Again, this is, sorry, just for math. Looking down, there's numbers all the way down. The first number in black, the 3,592, that is your raw number of students. Because when you're looking at percents, you want to know, are we talking about 20 kids? Or are we talking about 2,000 kids? So we had 3,592 students test. Going down, the black percentage is the combination of blue and green. Again, that's how many students met or exceeded standards. And then the blue, green, yellow, red are the same percentages same measures we've been using. Exceeded standards, standard met, nearly met, and standard not met is the red. And so looking across at our demographic subgroups, you can see our ethnicity in each column. The first one is Black African-American students. We had 163 of those, and you can see their percentages. Just I'm reading for the people who might not be able to see. The second column in the green is American Indian, Alaska Native. Third one over is Asian, Filipino, Hispanic, Latino, Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islanders, white, and 2 or more races. And so those kind of the green shaded tables are our ethnic backgrounds. Socioeconomic is the first one in blue. Those are socioeconomically disadvantaged students. Are English learners, and then students with disability, and on the far right is gait. And so those are the percentages for math. And so again, you can see some clear disproportionalities in our subgroups. One thing we wanted to look at was this same table, looking at our 18-19 data, our pre-COVID, to see if any of our subgroups, if there was any widening of the gap. Did COVID or did the closure or did distance learning affect a certain subgroup more in math? In the next table, obviously, we're going to see language arts. And what we found is the tables are almost exactly the same, the 18-19 and the 21-22. And so there wasn't a wide discrepancy in the gaps between any subgroups over the course of those 2 years. And so Mario, if we go to the next one, same table, and this is for language arts. Our language arts scores are better, and so you can see there's more blue or green in our subgroups than what we see in our math. All the columns are the same categories going across. Give it just a minute. Okay, go ahead, Mario. Thank you. I'll turn it back over to Stan to talk about some of our highlights over the course of our district.
Yeah, we have been looking at this data, trying to go a little bit deeper. We have been looking at sites. And so we wanted to share some of the successes that we've seen at some of the sites so far. This was in comparing the iReady to the CAS. So this is the growth of the same students within the same year. We did see some strong growth. At Elkhorn, we saw third graders increase 34% in their math from the beginning of fall to the spring. Riverbank, 20% in ELA. WUVA, or Washington Unified Virtual Academy, basically they went, 16% increase in ELA. Westfield Village, they increased 25% in math. Westmore Oaks, we saw sixth graders increase 10% in math. So even though there's some areas that we see that we need to improve in, we did see some successes as well within those grade levels. Go ahead, next slide, Mario. This is mostly just directly related to CAS. But Bridgeway Island, 68% of the fifth graders are meeting or exceeding standards in ELA. At Southport, 49% are meeting standards in math, meeting or exceeding. Stonegate, 53% of fourth graders are meeting or exceeding standards in math. High school at YOLO, River City, and Washington Middle College High School, 11th graders had over 60% meets or exceed standards in ELA. I think when you are able to compare some other data, right now it's still early. We're sharing this with you very early in the process because we're just motivated to get this dialogue started. We're eager to improve upon where we were last year. But as you see more and more data come from other high schools regionally that are on our boundaries, I think we're going to be very proud of that 60% meet or exceed standards at River City High School. That is a very solid score, and we should remember that. So even though we don't have that official data yet, I think that's going to come in very strong. So kudos to their staff. Go ahead to the next slide. So as we spoke, we've seen some of the areas that we definitely feel like we need to improve in. We saw that math particularly is an area that's there's a disproportionality between our ELA and our math. We have seen that same trend in prior years looking at CAS in our own district and in other districts. But just because we've seen the trend doesn't mean we want it to continue. Just because it's a trend in other places, we want to definitely improve upon that. And work and make that better. As Matt shared with you, the disproportionalities or predictability of certain groups that have not been successful in CAS scores previously within our district, that is still true, even though it hasn't necessarily changed for the worse because of COVID. The disproportionalities in themselves are not a good thing. And so that is definitely something that we are going to be working hard to improve upon. We've spoke about that a lot this past year is something as a very huge, important goal of our strategic plan. So we acknowledge those things. We do have some current steps that we wanted to share with you. Tonight, the steps I'm sharing with you are from the academic side of our multiple tiered systems of support. We know that behavior and school climate and social emotional systems all play a part in this as well. We'll talk a little bit more about that side of the house a little bit more in the next information item with safety. So we won't double share right now. And right now we'll just kind of focus on the academic side of the house for the tiered systems of support. But some things that you're familiar with many of these as we've talked about them in other presentations, but some things that we definitely want to highlight for you is our partnership with the National Center of Urban School Transformation, NCUST. They have worked, they're coming to our work with several of our schools directly. They'll be conducting equity audits in others, and they come from a wide range of experience where they can replicate best practices and bring that all to our district from the other schools that they've seen have been very successful. And not only that, but also pinpoint some of the things that we're doing really well so that we can kind of, we can accentuate that within our own system. So we're really excited about that partnership. We talked about math scores not being where we want them to be. We are this year going to implement a K-12 math task force so we can directly engage our educators, TK through 12, on the next steps that we need to improve our math instruction. So those are a couple of things that all kind of fall under the professional learning side. And so that's something we're going to be focused on this upcoming school year. We can go to the next slide. We're always looking to provide the best in class first instruction resources that we can. This year, for this school year, we invested in 75-inch LCDs for all our K-8 schools. We think that can definitely aid our teachers in the instruction. I noticed last night when I went to back to school night, all the teachers that I went to were using them. So that's a good sign that, they made good use of them very quickly. I want to highlight too, last year we had some plans to add support to our staff, paraeducators, TOSAs, intervention specialists. We did make increases for those areas. It was very tough to implement last year. We had difficulty kind of filling those spots. And so that definitely hurt some of our implementation plans that we really wanted to put in place. I want to really thank our partners in HR. They worked really hard with the rest of our departments in the district office. And we are in such good shape this year that we have people in those positions starting out the school year. And I already know that makes a world of difference because I hear it from people that we talk to on the ground at the school sites. They're asking, there's still things we want to do, but the fact that we have those personnel people in place, I think is going to help our implementation quite a bit. Something else I wanted to talk about is this year also we're doing an elementary math pilot. So we are going to be definitely looking at the math resources. Soon thereafter, we'll do secondary as well, but we're definitely looking at the resources that our teachers are using to teach the class. Are they really doing the depth of knowledge? Are they the materials that our teachers need to be successful? So we'll be doing a pilot this year. I can tell you that this year we will have a much more robust extended learning opportunities for our students after school and before school through the summer, even intersession. So there's going to be a lot more time being available for our students. So we're putting a lot of that in place, including peer tutoring. So we are going to be activating a high school peer tutoring to work with our elementary students. So we will be building that this year as well. So we're excited that we think that those extended learning opportunities will help our students quite a bit. Yeah, next slide, please. We want to have a data-driven dialogue. One of the biggest things that happened last summer is most of our administrators and many of our teacher leaders from the school sites attended the professional learning conference, community conference that was in Sacramento. And basically that is to help us review and continue improving and having a data-driven dialogue throughout the school year. This is something we have put in place a few years ago, but we feel like we needed to reinvigorate it, especially after the last 3 years. So that was definitely an investment that we made, and we hear from staff that attended. They're very enthused about this coming year compared to what we've done previously with the data-driven dialogue in our professional learning communities. In addition, we are really committed to equity summits. And so we will have external evaluators come help our site leaders evaluate their systems through an equity lens. We attempted to do this last year too, but mostly in-house. We're getting an outside external expertise to help us with that. And all that means is that we want to be able to monitor throughout the year. And that was very difficult to do last year. And that brings me to building staff capacity. When we look back at last year, I think many of us will tell you that it was one of the hardest years, if not the hardest we've ever had. And building staff capacity toward better teaching and learning, we all knew we needed to do it, and we wanted to do it. But going from classroom people to other site staff, all the way to the district office, I can tell you that people were focused on many other things because they had to. They were in survival mode. And so I think we're already starting off better with this, focused on building our capacity, having more ongoing professional learning communities with our administrators themselves so that we can focus on better helping our staff build that capacity. So that's something that we're really excited about this year. that we think has been missing during COVID completely. So those are some of the things that are in our current steps. And so far, we're off to a very good start in the last couple of weeks. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any public comments
No public comments.
or otherwise comments? Okay, and Clerk Menegas, do you have comments?
Yes, yes, of course. Thank you.
We're
Thank
gonna
you.
try really hard to listen to you.
Oh, okay. Am I really low? Like, my,
Really quiet last time, so this is better.
oh, okay. So I'm just gonna yell. That's what I'm. I'm gonna stand. Let me stand up. Let me stand up. Yeah, it's been a day full of talking. So, okay. Thank you for the presentation. Can we put up a slide real quick? And then I'll just ask if we can skip over the slide where we're showing the demographics and the iReady, or I think it was CASP testing or the iReady. That one will, I think that one works, or the one right before that as well. Either of those two. So yeah, there we go, right there. So I appreciate the transparency of saying we've seen these trends before. This is not new data as far as the trends, right? The disproportion between the English learners, the Hispanic community, Black African American community, like being able to see this year after year. I know, and I can speak to it, being in our meetings and knowing the type of work that we're doing, that it is something that we are focusing on consistently. And just because it's a trend does not mean that we want it to be a norm. So by looking at this data and then going over to the next steps, can we go over to the next steps slide? Now, so I know one of the conversations that we've had is, I know as an individual, looking at data, one of the main things for me is always going to be, you know, the same four questions, which we've talked about before, is the what is the goal, who is driving it, how are we getting there, and by when. Something that I would like to see in current steps is what are new current steps to ensure that we don't just add more to the list, but really prioritize our energy, our budget and our resources on what we believe is going to be effective. So even the next slide over, right after this one, because I know there was 2 slides of current steps. Just ensuring that this just doesn't become a list of everything that we are doing, but more so what is new this year. And again, I'm asking this question for community purposes, for clarity, as to knowing what the trend is, knowing what the trend has been, and more so, how are we adding new resources, not just to improve data, but to focus on the need, or target the need in a sense. So maybe we can, I don't know if we can change the slide a little bit, or adjust the presentation, but if Stan, if you can just share what is new this year that we haven't done before. What is innovative? What is something that is not just added to the list of what may or may not be working, of what may or may not be as effective. And I also appreciate the wins. I do appreciate that, because we do need to know that there is growth, there is wins, we are being successful. But as far as how do we, and I'm going to emphasize, how do we continue to interrupt the trend? Because year after year, not only in our school district, this is not just our district, this is across the board, but what are we doing that's new, that is different, that is this year, that we haven't attempted before? Is there anything on that list that you can speak to that we may not know if it's going to be effective, but we are attempting it so that we can share with our community this is what we are attempting. This is why we are attempting it. And we're coming back to the table to see how effective it is. So that question is for, I believe, Stan or whoever can answer that.
Ken, if we go back to slide 16, I think that was the first one of that list. Most of the things I talked about that I highlighted, those are things that have a new component to it. So that's why I chose those, because they had the most newness to it. So like, for example, on slide 16, go one back, please, Mario. Thank you. If we go back to that one, we talked about the NCUST piece. This partnership with, I know that we had brought them on last year, but the work that we're doing with them this year is a new component in a much more robust way with the National Center for Urban School Transformation. So this is a much more robust partnership. They will be visiting our sites, many of our sites, several times over the course of the year to bring best practices and highlight our practices. So this is a new partnership. I do not believe we've had a math task force for quite a while. So that is a new development as well. We want to hear from our educators to get their best ideas on how to move forward. So we have not had one specific in math for a bit of time. I'm not sure how long. We can go to the next slide. I know that maybe additional support staff doesn't sound very interesting, but or it doesn't sound like something we haven't done in a while, but a lot of the things that we said we were going to do with staff last year never really got to happen. And so I think it is kind of a big deal that we've put in 19 paraeducators into our system that we did not have back in general ed. We did not have general ed paraeducators. So when you count the newcomer center, our TK paraeducators, and the ones that we're putting in the primary grades, that's a considerable investment. We upped the intervention specialist numbers from, I believe they were 3 back in 1920 to 7 now. So that's a considerable investment. We didn't have TOSAs a couple of years ago, teachers on special assignment. We didn't have a full level of coaches last year either. And and even this is additional staff, but even the work that HR did to fill our positions coming into this year, what a significant difference that makes. And I know that's not new, but it's effort that was creative that has made a new result that I think is going to benefit our whole district. The math pilot is new, right? This could be a whole new curriculum for us. So that's a very, very new component. Extended learning opportunities, we may be increasing the number of kids that stay after school, not just for the hour after school to go to intervention, but actually staying after school for multiple hours. That may be increasing by the hundreds by the time this year is over with. The peer tutoring component, that we have done elements of that. Again, it's not new. We are looking at ways to develop this so that the distance has always been a problem, right? Having older kids go with younger kids, if you're getting high school and elementary, the logistics have always gotten in the way. We're researching and we have a plan to actually include a virtual component to it so that our kids can actually go virtually into classes. So we're still working on that piece, but that's something to come too. And so we think those are pretty new approaches. With EL, we started a newcomer center to have some of our students with most need come into an environment where they're going to get so much more extra support than they would get in their classes. So those are some of the things on that one. I feel like you're giving me an opportunity to say it better, Trustee.
Yes. Yeah, no, I'm here. I'm enjoying this version.
I know. Well,
not to say I didn't enjoy the first version. I'm in the meetings with, and I know and I hear and I see that, the many positions are getting filled, and when we can highlight bringing in personnel and we can highlight, and that's exactly why I wanted to ask is what is new and not so much, it's got to be a new program, but more so emphasis on certain areas, but also I think maybe even adding start dates and the longevity that we've been able to keep programs that are effective, or we're able to keep a trend moving in a direction. Just something to tab, maybe as a presentation goes, because I see this list, and if I'm thinking from a community lens, I see this list and it all sounds positive, but I look at the data and it's still concerning, right? And I want to make sure that it's clear to the community that there are changes. This list is, there are, like you said, Stan, there are many adding, did you say 19 paraeducators?
Correct.
That is incredible. Like that is phenomenal in the climate that we're in education. Being able to attract individuals to come in and want to support, that is a win. Those types of milestone achievements, I believe, is what brings the peace of mind to our parents and our families, that we're moving in a direction, even when they see the data, plus adding some of these support systems that we haven't had, but just being able to maybe speak to that, and again, adding maybe start dates or how long we've been doing certain programs, just to kind of take it as a mental note that this may be something new that we're talking about, but also this may be something that we're continuing as it's been supported and it's been effective.
Thank you for that. Thank you for
No,
that.
thank you. I heard the second time around, I'm hearing and I'm getting excited about it sounds like every single, there was intention behind putting every single piece that you did into this presentation. And now I'm seeing it that way. So thank you for that.
Just to talk about the teaching tools, we think the 75-inch LCDs are going to make a big difference. They're mobile. They change the classroom dynamic. We're seeing them in use, and we're hoping that that's going to help our teachers when they're presenting to students, and keep our students more engaged. So that was a considerable investment that's brand new this year. We had them in our district. Again, it's not new in that sense, but this is the first year that all our classrooms K through 8 have them. So big investment there. We can go to the next slide. And again, professional learning community, it's not new, but it has to be emphasized because that is where our teachers get together to share their best practices, and have that data-driven dialogue. And so we heard from many of our staff that even though we had this infrastructure in place, we heard from staff that they didn't know that's how they were supposed to use the time or how they could use the time. And so in a way, it's kind of reborn. It's not new, but it is reborn in that way. We have not had equity summits in our district, even though equity is an important word for all of us. We have not had that level of monitoring throughout the year through the lens of equity. And we think that the disproportionalities that we looked at earlier, that is going to be the focus of these summits. So, but not waiting to the presentation at the year after year as a summative means, but also ongoingly, like by every quarter, we should know where we stand and what we need to change to make that year go better. So those are really big pieces for us. And again, we talk about rebirth. I'm only going to speak for myself, but I can tell you the level of how we wanted to help teachers the last 2 years wasn't nearly at the level we wanted to do, because there were so many other things to focus on just to make sure school was happening, just to make sure we had in-person school. We did our best. Many great things were performed, a lot of miracles by staff. But in the end, it wasn't the level of what we thought we could deliver or wanted to deliver with the capacity of our staff. So I think we're reborn that way. So in some ways, it's not brand new, but in some ways, we're just reborn.
And if I could just add one thing to what you said, Clerk Venegas, one thing that I've noticed since we have returned with all the things that Stan shared, but there is a real positive level of energy across the system. So as I have been able to, we had a kickoff event. I've been able to go to back to school nights. I've been visiting classrooms, just the level, seeing professional learning, PD happening at school sites or even here in the district office. It really is a vibe that I did not see in the system last year. And I think it's for all the reasons we know in terms of just a readjust, but there is true dedication here, true focus on student learning, student needs, and student outcomes. And our community believes in our portrait of a graduate. And it's motivating when you see that other people see what needs to be done for kids and they're willing to do it. And that's what I've seen just in the first 3 weeks. So we'll be bringing more data forward as how we're monitoring to share not only with the board, but with the community as well.
I appreciate it. That was a wonderful presentation. And I too sense it in the community. I talked to many students and they're engaged. There's a lot of engagement from our students in anything that we can do to continue to message the great things that are happening in the district. I'm a fan of. So thank you. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, do you have any other comments? Yes?
Yeah.
Trustee Basadi?
So let me first just preface this by saying I hate standardized tests, period, end of story. My question, I guess, would be, how do we account for students with level 4s and IEPs that are taking these tests? Because I can specifically speak to my daughter sitting in front of a computer taking a test with ADHD. Doesn't work well, doesn't come off well, and the results are going to be bad, right? And even iReady, when she took her iReady, it was bad comparatively. So my question is, how does that get made up in the CASP results?
Many of our struggles, students that you mentioned that have 504s, not as much 504s, but definitely with IEPs, they do struggle on these tests. That is the data that we've had. And but you also said something very important. This is one measurement. It is one measurement. It is a summative measurement. I think as we work toward our portrait of our graduate, I think that ultimately has a bigger impact for the students. There are resources that we need to do extra to help many of our students with disabilities to be able to be more successful. And there are years we have seen some good results. I mentioned, I think I said up there are some supplemental materials that we are going for this year that we're going to add to the arsenal for our teachers. So we are going to be purchasing some different things that we've seen that have worked on a smaller scale. Sunday is one that we're going to now make sure that all our SPED students have access to.
Good. So, I mean, because if you look at the numbers, the sheer numbers, and I'm just going to rail again against standardized tests. If you look at the sheer numbers and it would suggest that we're graduating students that are not meeting standards, right? Not meeting their core standards. But if you ask the teachers, you're basically going to hear from them, no, this kid knows exactly what this is, right? It's just a snapshot in time. So, and especially for those that, struggle with sitting still, right? Or attention span or dyslexia or anything of, an issue. These tests are just not, they're not great for those evaluations, especially English as a second language, right? Like that's incredibly hard. I think when we were talking about this in our meeting, like how about I take a test in Spanish, right? Like how am I going to score? And I find it real, it's unbearable to think of that we have to actually use this as a reflector of our district and school by school for that matter.
And I've always felt
simply that this test is not an intelligence test. It's more of an endurance test.
Yeah.
And it really is just a contest of wills. How long and how much effort are you willing to put into it? And it is one measure. And we really encourage our administrators to meet with each student or go into each class. Let them know the results of the score do not tell us about the individual that you are or the individual that you're going to be. And so this is a measure, and it's helpful, and especially to, like Clerk Venegas said, to see our trends and where struggles are. But I fully agree that this does not tell us who our students are in our district, but it does tell us where our areas are to put our priorities. So I fully agree, and I thank you for those comments.
I'm good. I just want to get that off my chest.
Thank you. It's important to share. I think I appreciated hearing all this. I think you're absolutely right in terms of staffing. If you couldn't fill a classroom, you were pulling all of your folks that you had in support roles to come, as you should have, because kids need somebody in front of them. However, I understand that disrupted the entire system when people are hired to do one job and then they're trying to fill in as a visiting teacher. And so it was a really unideal situation. I know it put a lot too on the plates of people that were hired expecting to do one thing, and then you show up and you get moved into a room. So I'm excited for that. I think I'm looking forward to hearing the recommendations of the math task force. And I think one recommendation I have right as you get going, as you spoke to, is honing in on the essential standards. It's a very big book. And I think it's really important to get permission that you need to pull out, and you can skip things to focus on what's essential, because if you do that well, it will show up. And if you try to cover everything and they don't do it as well, right? Is to understand those essential standards more deeply. And then thinking about who are the support staffs. If you're an educator and somebody in your room just needs more time and more one-on-one, who is somebody that can do that? We've had reading specialists. Do we have a math intervention group they can go to? And maybe within, just as this is for the math task force, but maybe within the day too, because I think sometimes our kids are working hard, and asking them to always stay late for extra, while I appreciate it, I think there's also ways that we can maybe be strategic during the school day too, than not always putting more on a child that's already feeling like I'm not loving this subject. So as you think about that. Okay. Any other things?
Yes.
Yeah.
I just wanted to, well, I feel like you all covered it. The only other thing that I would agree with is the support staff in the yellow. I think those are going to be really key, and I agree, and I want to be creative. So I just want to be heard as well, that it is really important to our district to be creative in our and strategic in the way that we teach our kids. And I love that about this district. I think that's a really a great strength that we have, and that our staff is willing to participate in teaching that way. My question was similar to Clerk Venegas. Have we identified what improved over the past 3 years? When we have the improvement test scores, why? Improvement in test scores, why? And I think you did a great job of answering a lot of it, but I noticed in COVID when we had virtual learning, and we were able to have a person, because the girls are in DI, and we had a little group of kids who were at our house or between houses learning. We had a tutor or support staff with them, which was amazing. And I actually have worried about Cora starting first, as opposed to, with the whole classroom where the others had more support. So I think it's really great that we're having those, and then to be creative, because this is just a dual immersion example where, for what the other kids during COVID got, it was simply that their support was extra Spanish throughout the rest of the day. It wasn't a targeted learning skill, or wasn't like, our IEP kids or even any kid just learning something specific. So I love the support staff. It's so cool that we have that. I hope that we continue to utilize all of that, and then our ELO as well. And then for the iReady, we have to do it, right? We have to do standardized testing. Like, I hear what you're saying.
Although we are allowed, you all can't, but we on board members can tell parents if they would like to opt out their child, they are legally allowed to do so. So
That's a great message. Although, but then kids are like, oh, but I want to do it too, because my peers, and I get all of that, I was always like a just over the mark achiever. I was never an A++. So, and I remember feeling like, oh, I got E minus, so I think that the other, iReady adjusting is that to build confidence? Is that why it does that? It goes easier, harder, or?
That's a great question. It's trying to find where their level is. And so if a fifth grader starts, they start with fifth grade questions.
Okay.
They get them right, they get to later fifth grade and sixth grade. And as they get them wrong, they drop back down, and it's a zigzag until they find their level. And if a student is struggling, it drops to fourth or third or second. And then it zigzags at their level, and it lets the teacher know exactly at each of our domains, what grade level are they at, and then we can target that intervention.
That's interesting. I was thinking it could be helpful if you're like, oh, yeah, I nailed that one. And then you're like, oh, wait, that was fine. Never mind.
Start off with a nice.
Yeah. Okay. And that's it. I appreciate everything that everyone said. I think it was really good.
All right, welcome, President Wong. We just finished up and just ending our conversation about information discussion item 2 about the CASP results.
Excellent. Thank you so much for presiding during my absence. And so then we're going to move on to N3, Washington Unified School District Safety.
I was just gonna say, can we quickly ask, because there's people in this room, I'm just wondering, how many of you are here for consent agenda items? Any? Okay. So I was just gonna say, let's take care of that so people can go home, but.
And while you transition, I'm just going to give everyone permission to stand up for a minute.
And I don't see that Clerk Venegas and I don't see the entire room, so we don't know if there are members of the public there, by the way. So if you want to zoom out, that would be lovely. So Washington Unified School District Safety and Student Support Plan Update. Assistant Superintendent Stan Mosich, you are up.
Thank you. So I'm going to be joined up here with our director, Dr. Jay Burns. And so we'll be presenting tonight on some of our safety and student supports. So that presentation is coming up momentarily. Okay, we can go to the next slide, please. Okay. So this is covering, of course, our strategic, from part of our strategic plan, pillars of safe climate and equitable access for all. That's part of that pillar of the strategic plan. And we'll be showing some of our discipline data from the last school year and also comparing some historical data with it. We'll review some of our California Healthy Kids survey. I want to point out that both of those are metrics on our LCAP and in our strategic plan. So those are metrics that are very important to our district. We'll be talking about some of the student supports that we have, including also our collaboration with the West Sacramento PD department, and talk about some of our next steps that we're doing currently. Next slide, please. Okay, this slide is covering the suspension by the different types of discipline categories by percentage. So these are the percentages of things that are happening when we suspend a kid. Now, this doesn't include other things that are non-suspensions. This is only suspensions up here on this slide.
Hang on for a second.
Sure.
And what is other or miscellaneous?
Yeah, so those were the lower level ones that we had. So we went with the majority where the percentages were higher. So it could be a mixture of anything that could have been under there. So I'm looking up here and I don't see theft showing up. So that was a combination of other suspensions that didn't total much higher than the 3% that you see for property damage.
Not necessarily, you don't have to have it now, but if you could send the board kind of a breakdown what other miscellaneous is would be helpful to understand.
Definitely.
Okay, go to the next slide. So this gives you a breakdown of suspension percentages by grade level. You can see those squirrely ninth graders are leading the way. So no surprise there for many of us. And you can see that not every grade level is there as well. So you notice our primary grades are not there, neither is 12th grade. So, those in total would equal 9% when you add all those up together. So not many suspensions with those grade levels.
This was last year's data.
This was 21, 22 school data. Yeah. Okay.
It's just that the question is, you'll probably get to it. Have you disaggregated by subgroups? And will we be seeing that later?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good segue.
Okay, so you've led us into the next slide, President Wong. So if we look at this one, just so everybody kind of knows what they're looking at, this is also by percentage. So if we look at the top one, which was male, just to give you an idea of how to kind of look at this graph, the blue is the enrollment percentage of that group. So it says 50 next to the blue for male. So that basically is saying that we are 50% of our student population are males. The orange color that has 74% next to it, that's the amount of our suspensions. 74% of them are male, even though they represent 50% of our school population, just to kind of give you an idea. What we hope to see as we go forward is something like what we see with English learners, where English learners represent 17% of the enrollment, but they only represent 10% of the suspensions. We'd like to see those types of graphs more so than the other. Of course, we'd love to see zeros up there. Of course, that would be ultimately where we want to go. But this is where we are right now as of last year. The other thing also that we look at and we hope for is that when we see the blue and the brown orange color, that there's not a big difference. There's not a big gap between them in general, that they're pretty equal. So those are usually better, healthier signs than, let's say, the first graphic that I showed you, where you have a lot in the orange and then a very big gap between the enrollment percentage and the amount of kids that are suspended.
Can I ask just a staff question? As staff reflects on this, what were your thoughts? Because I have some thoughts that this is kind of really telling, right?
Yes, I mean, I think some of the same thoughts that you have, we also have.
I have my thoughts, so I'm asking, what are your thoughts?
In certain places that we are, we have some areas where we do have the gaps, as I spoke of. Most the ones that stand out the most to us are students with disabilities, homeless, and also our African-American percentages. Those stand out as areas of big needs of improvement.
Yeah, so, and our foster youth, right?
Correct.
Right, so male, low income, homeless.
Socioeconomically disadvantaged.
Right, Hispanic slightly more, and African-American for sure. So I just wanted to kind of call that out in terms of as we move towards kind of equitable, kind of looking at equity and how do we respond to this. Just curious to know, and not necessarily now, like the interventions to how are we becoming strategic with the information and data that we have. So.
Okay, so yes, this gives you kind of an idea of that picture of the district where we are by demographic. So if we can go to the next slide. This gives you kind of an idea of the total numbers of suspensions last year compared to some of the years historically. So to kind of take you through it, I want everyone to understand that's not the number of kids that got suspended.
Oh.
That is basically the number of total suspensions. So some students make up a little larger percentage of suspensions that we care for, but so some of these are multiples inside of this. So the number was 658. That's how many suspensions were issued last year at all our school sites. Now, you notice 2021, of course, says 3, and that is a little bit of, that we weren't really in person for a lot of the year. And so that has a big impact that would have for sure been larger had we had in-person people. So it wasn't that, wow, everybody was so good in 2021 and then changed in the next following year. 19-20 school year also, it's good to point out that we did not finish the entire year in person. So on March 13th, Friday the 13th, we stopped going to in-person and continued that for the rest of the school year. So that also had an impact, I'm sure, on the total number of suspensions. 18-19, something to point out about that year is that was one of our historical lows. That school year happened to be a historical low for the number of suspensions in our district. I believe it represented about 4% was a suspension rate for our district that year. So
we were actually having meetings and focusing on it.
and we were very much focused on trying to decrease suspensions in our district. It was a very big focus of ours. And you can see that if you look at the trend from 17, 18, 16, 17, you can see that it was decreasing considerably. So wanted to give you that context in terms of suspensions. When you look at last year in total number, it's not as good as 18-19 last full year, but it is better than years previously to that. And I think it's important for people to realize that. Next slide. One of the tough numbers that we saw last year was our very large increase in expulsions in our district. Although, I'm 9 is too many, and we want to definitely lower that number. I can tell you that there have been times in our history where it's another area that we worked on considerably. There have been times that 9 was a very small number in our district. And I know that talking to colleagues that with districts very relative to our size, that some of them had even higher numbers than that. Naturally, the big thing is if it's a huge increase, right? From where we were to 9 is a big difference. But I think one of the things to keep in mind is that our numbers of expulsions are very low. And so every time you add a number to it, it has a bigger impact to that number because our numbers have been very low over the past few years. We go to the next slide. And I think Dr. Burns is going to take us a little bit into the Healthy Kids Survey.
All right, so this is where we started looking at the Healthy Kids Survey, right? And I want you to think about this. This is given in 5th, 7th, 9th, and 11th grades, okay? Now I want you to look at the bottom and you see the last time the secondary survey was given, 7th, 9th, and 11th was 19-20, right? 2019 and 20. Look at when 5th grade was last administered, 2014 and 15, okay? So these things are, as we start looking at these numbers and we're looking at our participation rates, our response rates, we're also being more cognizant saying we probably should give this more often as a district. So that's not something we've been talking about down the road. So if you look at 5th grade had a 53% response rate, 7th was 87, 9th was 63, and a 59% for 11th, okay? Next slide, please. So they ask questions in these, they'll ask a bunch of questions in here, okay? And 7th, 9th, and 11th questions are the same. 5th grade is different, okay? So the different survey, different questions, or different versions of the question, the way they word it. So for example, have not been threatened with harm or injury, okay? You can just look and see it. Have not been in a physical fight. Not been offered, sold, or given an illegal drug. Next slide, please. So this, we wanted to break it down by demographic, race, ethnicity, demographic, and just see. One thing that was interesting on this data is there was no data for neither safe or unsafe. There was no neutral data to work in there and look at. So this was very clear, right? Either safe or very safe. I want that to be clear. Okay, next slide, please. And then we want to break this down to our subgroups. When you start looking at times, number of times harassed, bullied within the past 12 months, 1 or more times. We want to break it down. You can see the difference. You got 7th, 9th, and 11th. It's a lot to look at. We wanted to be able to see those in there and break it down.
Wait.
Go ahead.
So the LGBT or someone thought you were,
Mhm.
what does that mean?
That's the way it was worded. They were being bullied, right? They were being bullied
Because they were or someone thought you were
Yes,
LGBT? Okay,
Yes, 100%.
so 20%, 10%. 11%, okay. Gender. 11. Religion. Okay, race, okay.
We really wanted to look at the race, ethnicity, or national origin as well, because remember, when we went through FPM, we were talking about immigration status as well. We were updating our board policies last year. When we updated board policies last year, we were looking at gender, right? We were looking at all these things, race, ethnicity. So we want to make sure we called it out in the data.
So it seems as though, I'm sorry.
No.
It seems as though ninth grade for some, is less in most except for religion than in every other category. Can you explain why that might be?
No, I really can't. I can't explain why. And the question was, why is ninth grade looking lower than everybody else except for religion, right? Is that what you're saying? No, I don't have an answer for that when I looked at the data. The data's pretty cut and dry when you look at it. And when they give it back to you and disseminate it, you cannot see like a trend or identify. Okay. Okay, next slide, please. This is fifth grade. Now, fifth grade, remember we said that the wording's a little different because of the age, the way they word the questions. If you tell the teacher you've been bullied, the teacher helps. You've been teased about body image, called bad names, targeted mean jokes, mean rumors, lies spread about you. Been hit or pushed by a peer on school campus, feel safe at school. And then if you look at the down at the bottom, it talks about yes, right? Some of the time, yes, most of the time, yes, all of the time. See how the responses, what you can check are a little different than the second, than the 7th, 9th, and 11th. Okay, next slide. And then we wanted to break it down by demographics. This is fifth grade, remember. Okay.
Is there a reason why African American is not listed?
Due to the sample size, right? If you look at the bottom, when we looked it up, and we even contacted the Healthy Kids Survey people and try to see if we could disseminate it out. And no, there was not, the sample size wasn't big enough. So it wasn't available. Because Stan got on me and said, go find that out. So I contacted him and it wasn't big enough. Okay, next slide. Now we're going to jump into our supports, right? Our student supports, academics, behavioral, attendance. You start talking about social emotional learning. And when I was hearing Matt and Stan present before, I don't know which comes before, the chicken or the egg, right? Is it the academics? Is it the social emotional? Which one? You know, when we start talking about if the kids aren't feeling academically successful, is that making them angry? Does it make them uncomfortable? Or if they come angry, is it hard to learn? I can't give you an answer. Okay, next slide. So these are interesting when you start looking at these and say, what stands out here for me? And I started looking at this and some things, one thing I'm gonna tell you right now is restorative practices, right? We hired Marcelo Romero. And now one of the things we're doing is we're really trying to spend some time looking at alternatives to suspension. We were doing that, right, prior to COVID. And now we're having talks. I'll tell you, for example, one of the talks I was having today with one of our principals was, well, obviously there's probably gonna be a consequence, right? However, we also have restorative practices as a step as part of this. And then we also have some other things you're gonna see pop in. Like as we were talking about a child today, we said, well, we could put this child in the Green Light Get Outside program at the campus, right? We have that on 4 of our campuses. We can also refer this student to Victor Community Services or a group with Victor Community Services. And there was a certain level of consequence in there. So we're now looking at this from all different aspects and how we're gonna meet and support children So the restorative practices are really standing out. The Green Light Get Outside, we're working on that on 4 different campuses, right? YOLO, Westfield, Westmore Oaks, and Riverbank. Really working with them, with the mentors and all the different things that we're working on, character ed, self-empowerment, you name it. And then we're using this PASS survey also as an identifier, right? If we can see red flags or anything, we want to get in before things happen and be proactive. So one of the things I like to say is we like to focus on the teachable moment and then change behaviors. That's what we're trying to do. We're trying to move away from the punitive. Next slide, please. One of the things that's been really enjoyable right now is working with the social workers and talking to them and the outreach specialists and spending time with them. So the outreach specialists, we have these talks, right? About, it's not the attendance per se about accounting on attendance, it's the red flag that comes with attendance. If a student's not coming to school, then they're gonna be struggling academically. If they're not coming to school and they're not feeling successful when they do come to school, are they gonna act out? Are they gonna get into behavioral issues? So we started looking at that. We spent a lot of time with Victory Community Services in the past week, setting up our plan for referrals for this year. And they were like, just refer. We'll take all you got. We want to love on them. We want to support. And let's talk about our tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3 program. And then the ACES program, I mean, Rahale has just been amazing with them. I just sit back and watch and learn from her. But the ACES program has been amazing what it's doing. And now we're having those talks about our TK through 6 kids who are foster, homeless, or free and reduced, right? Socioeconomically disadvantaged, that they can come into this program, not just, and now we're offering it at Ridgeway Island for these students and YMCA and Southport through the YMCA, right? For our students who are, as we just identified as priorities. Next slide, please. On that last slide, I always like to identify how we're focusing on emotional health, right? That emotional health. And then this, some of the things that we've been working on here that really stands out is that school site security, right? School site security. We're having talks about it, right? We're talking about our surveillance cameras, spending time with Brian Briggs and saying, okay, let's look at our cameras. This is helpful. Do we need to move trees out of the way? Do we need to trim trees? Do we need to move the camera? Do we need to put a wireless out here? We start looking for problems of practice and then we identify, do we need a surveillance camera over there to help us? And it's, you know, it's always that. And then we're looking at our systems that we have in place from our Catapult EMS that we put in place. And this is an emergency system, right? That helps us to communicate with our staff during lockdown drills, whatever. And then we have an anonymous reporting that we put in, right? Like the old WeTip, but it's anonymous reporting. And one of the things that we're focusing on is just conducting our mandated drills and doing them well, right? Taking them seriously. Next slide, please. So today I got to work very closely with West Sac PD. We collaborated on something was happening on the campus. And I was really impressed with the officer because he was very restorative when he came in. He was very supportive. We were offering the family resources. It was kind of beautiful, I have to admit, to say like, okay, it's a touchy situation and we dealt with it. We got involved with the parents and then the officer was very resourceful too and supportive. And then we started talking about, well, can our social worker come in and work with this student? What can we do differently? Can we put this child in a Green Light Get Outside group? We started looking at all these things that we have in, and that came up. And then let's go to the next slide. I think he's, Stan, you want to share?
Well, I was going to say that I think, go back to that last slide there. Thank you, Mario. We have a very good relationship with the West Sac PD and we collaborate with them regularly. So we have monthly meetings with them. We meet with them regularly to talk about certain students that we may know about or have in common in terms of serving them in the community. And we reach out to the community outreach as well to look at what we can do to bring them in to be better partners with us. And so they've been very active with us in many places. And Director Burns is our direct liaison with the police department. And he has very regular conversations with them, even if they're not meetings. And so we are in constant dialogue with them about situations. And I think it's been working out really well so far this year and the different things that we've had to collaborate on. So wanted to say that we have a very good relationship with the West Sac PD and that we are in regular contact with them.
Well, Chief Strange and Deputy Chief Crouch came out, before school started, met with the admin team, and we had some good discussions. They made a mistake of giving me their emails. I mean, not their cell phone numbers, so I text them. Yeah, they're very supportive.
Can I ask a follow-up, just because I talked to Chief Strange about this possibility, and he has a really deep interest in ACES and trauma-informed training for both our campus security and his West Sac, PD staff. Do we know where, like, out of curiosity, where are we on that?
Sure. We're scheduled for Monday, October 3rd, for the campus security monitors to get trained by the Waymakers that we discussed.
Yeah, excellent, yeah. And so, and his officers will also be involved, because I know that he had a deep interest in supporting that as well.
I'll follow up with him on that.
You go to the next slide. So we talked earlier a little bit about some of the investments in personnel. I mean, personnel is where it's at. I mean, you need good personnel, good, well-trained. And we have definitely invested not only in the academic side of the house in personnel, but also with our behavioral, social, emotional learning side of the house of MTSS. So we wanted to give you kind of an idea of what our staff was in the 1920 school year and where we are now. And you can see some of the increases that have happened. So you can see that from the 2019 to 20 school year, we've doubled the social workers in our district at this so far. And again, we're in a great position. We have those personnel this year. Same thing with outreach specialists. We were at 7 in the 2019-20, and we also added 4 to make it a total of 11. We know that's going to greatly benefit our families. And we go to the next slide.
So can you stay here? So just because we've doubled those numbers on social workers and definitely have increased our outreach specialists, does that mean it's enough? My question, if you think about it, is, we're coming out of a time that is, incredibly hard. I would submit that I think that main number may be still low, even though it's an increase, doesn't necessarily mean it's the end game. Maybe we need more. So my question to you is, what are your thoughts? Do we need more? Is it enough? Or are we right in the
well, we have
pocket?
Well, we were at 6 last year. We felt like we needed more. And so you could put that question to almost so many different aspects of the school system. I do want to also mention that I'm never going to turn down more, but it's got to be very strategically placed. So, for example, in due respect to the presentation we heard earlier about the budget, we heard very carefully that we got to be careful about things that eat and how that will be sustained over a long period of time. So some of these investments that we have talked about are made with one-time monies to be able to give us ample amount of support during a very critical time. That may not always be the case. And so we are trying to be fiscally responsible to make sure that what we add is sustainable. But, we have tried, we think having 11 full-time outreach specialists. Last year, the number was 11, but we never got to 11. We never were really able to hire 11.
So we need more.
So even though it says 11, actually this year is an increase because we have the full 11 at our disposal.
And I think that's a good discussion though, because the 8 that we're talking about, right? We have 2 more coming up tonight for approval. And then so the jury's still out on how we're going to do with 8, because we haven't functioned with 8 until this year.
And I think it's like, well, you don't care what I think yet. I can tell you later.
Well, I do care because I think that's important. I
Well,
think that's an important topic.
Do we want to finish and then, because
Yeah.
I do feel, I see your point. I think it's a good point and a good question. I think it's, but you guys can finish.
We could probably show you some other positions then too.
Yeah.
So we do have some other positions that we wanted to share with you in terms of the numbers. If we go to the next slide, You can see we have added psychologists to the district as well. We have added nurses to the district from last year.
Are they fully staffed?
Nurses?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
And is it the same situation that we didn't have a full?
Last year, I think last year. we had
Two nurses.
Yeah.
most
One
that we had in place.
for the year, but
Now-
now we have 4 staff.
Yeah, okay.
So staffing is going to make a huge difference, we believe. Go to the next slide. Campus security monitors. So we do have 6 with spread between Yolo and River City High School. We did not start out last school year with 6, I want to point out. So it was 5 for a very good chunk of the year. And we added 6 during the school year last year. So we're starting out the year with 6. Yeah, we'll go to the next slide. This year, we've also added, again, I want to, this goes to your last question a little bit, Trustee Pizzotti. Sometimes just adding people were into the tier 2, tier 3, or outside of the classroom, outside of the immediate support. It's hard to always be able to just have people just being sent to these different services. Ideally, as kids come to our system, during that first instruction, during the classroom, we're going to have a lot of good capacity in place there. And so we look at all our people. Our teachers are very important mentors and very important people who work with our families. All our staff, even if they're not outreach, including your bus drivers, all those people are very important in working with students. They're the first people the students see when they come to the school. So all of our staff are important. They're all potential mentors. They're all potentially people who can make a difference with students. And so it's very important to build their capacity. And that was something we felt like we didn't have enough of, particularly when it came to social emotional learning, even though that's not something new. Maybe our district hasn't always taken advantage of building that capacity. And so we felt it was really important to have people that could really invest and develop capacity with our staff. And so that is why these 2 coordinator positions for social emotional learning and restorative justice and equity, we think they're going to make a big difference, because if you can teach 10 staff members to know the right things, it goes much further than just having an individual somewhere, and so that it's the capacity of all our staff that really counts. And that's what we need to build. If we're going to truly make the difference we want to make, that's what's going to have to be vastly improved. So that I think this was a good investment by the district that we did not have in previous years. The next slide.
I think I was kind of thinking of more of a case management situation, like what is the case to person ratio? Like how many, are we overloaded? Are we doing a lot of work in terms of trying to keep up? No, we didn't.
So there are recommended ratios that for counselors and social workers. I can tell you now that we don't meet them even fully staffed.
Okay, well, thank you.
Sure.
But as I was saying, if we can, I'm very concerned about are we meeting the need, right? There seems to be a pretty big need. And social emotional learning is what sometimes drives, behaviors that end up in violence. And I want to make sure that, our staff is, yes, we're bulking up on teaching and paras and things like that and outreach. But I would also like to, make sure that we have enough people to handle the casework and the social emotional individual issues that are popping up. So I just wanted to know what your thoughts were on that. That's why I asked the question.
So on process, we have a few more slides. There are 3 more slides, and I'm wondering if we can go through 3 slides and then have board discussion.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Okay. And so we just wanted to, the board has done a lot of work. Go back to that previous slide, please, Mario. The board has done a lot of work We've talked about the resolution for responsible firearm storage to student school safety. A number of board policies were revised last year that have the lens of safety that the board worked on with staff. And so just wanted to point that out, that was a lot of work done on that area. Thank you.
Remember, when we were looking at those board policies, we were looking at equity, lens of equity. That was really important to us. And we want to be clear about that. Everybody's aware of that. So when we met with kids, we got input from various different people in the community and everything. We were looking at that lens of equity. Okay, next slide, please.
Right there, fast. There you go.
There we go. So some things that we have upcoming this year is we're working on this behavioral threat assessment with SAC PD. They're bringing it's a grant and it's free. And we're going to do it in January is when we were finally able to get a date with them. And so that's a threat assessment training. We've got keep going and getting more and more campus security monitoring training. Now we have the one coming up in October. We just got done training them, like it says, on recognizing and managing aggressive behavior right before school started with our campus security, with our campus security monitors. And then it's focused on equity. Everything we're doing, we're trying to have a lens of equity when we're talking about these things. We're trying to look at our subgroups. We're even looking at the data. What does the data tell us? Look at the data. So like when we meet at an upcoming quarterly district safety committee meeting, I'm going to ask them to bring their data with them. Their Swiss data from PBIS, and then their suspension data from last year, or any other data they may have as well. And see, let's look at your subgroups. What are we going to do to change behaviors? It's a problem practice discussion. And each campus is different. Each campus needs will be different. Next slide, please. We've spent a lot of time when school got out, sitting down with a representative from each school site going over their school safety plan. And we really tried to pull that in and hone it in. And when we spent a lot of time, and then we spent a lot of time last Friday with administrators again, looking at school safety plans and working on them. But once again, we said we've implemented Catapult EMS and the anonymous reporting, and we're in our third year of PBIS. And now we're talking about collecting Swiss data. So the Swiss data, we started looking at referrals and behaviors, time of the week, time of the year, when it happened, time of day, what part of campus it happened on. And then we start disaggregating that data and talking about how we can inoculate the kids against those behaviors and change those behaviors. And I'll give you an example.
Okay, can you spell out Swiss for folks who might not be familiar with the acronym?
I know you're going to do that. Swiss, where's Stephanie behind me? What does Swiss stand for, Stephanie?
Oh,
Right.
I will find out.
Yeah, I will get it for you. I will get it for you. Okay, and then, for example, we had a problem with practice, and this was a team effort with West Sac PD and the community. The community was really struggling with some things going on over by River City High, on the backside over by, what is that little? The trail area. So then we started working together, collaborating, talking about it. We decided we're going to close the cattle gates during the school day and some of the trail gates. And we already heard today, Principal Billingsley said, getting some positive feedback from the community. Things are, looking up around there. So that's great. Things that we look at, we've been talking about entry and exit gates, right? Where do people come on your campus? How do we close them in so that they're coming through the front of your school, one entrance? There's one route of ingress and one route of egress. We're having these talks, making sure that all people are signing in the office, right? If you see someone on campus who doesn't belong, speak up, say something. And then we're putting up our posters, right? The anonymous tip line, see something, say something. And we're working on things, even as simple as making sure that we have our badges on when we go on a school campus. And that even our MOT, right? Our maintenance guys, our district employees are signing in the front and wearing their badges. These are just some things that we've been working on. Back to your question before about the social workers, I keep thinking we've got 2 more, right? We went from 6 to 8. We're going to collect data and then we'll see how that goes. And then we'll get back to you on that. I also start thinking when you run a school, and I look at it from being a high school principal, I never know, but I look at a school as a puzzle and I never know what piece pushed me over the top. I don't know if it was the social workers. I don't know if it was teaching character through athletics. I don't know if it was this club that I was, I just don't know. But when you start putting them all together, all of a sudden you hit greatness. And I don't know which one it was, but it happens. Yes. School-wide information systems from the amazing Stephanie.
Thank you, Stephanie.
Okay, that's the last slide. That was it.
Okay, I understand that we do have one public comment from Mr. Colin Malik. So, Mr. Malik, you are welcome to.
He has to sit next to that. Mario.
Thank you, Stan and Dr. Burns. I appreciate it. I'm kind of at a loss right here. I'm a little bit floored and appalled. I sat here almost 2 years ago saying that treat COVID like triage. And now I'm hearing the need to invest, which is great. And adding at least, it should be a school psychologist and a social worker, at least at every site. That should be the mentality. And I said it at least 3 board meetings over a year and a half ago. We had to treat COVID like a triage with mental health, student support services. And now I'm hearing people go, boy, is that enough? I am blown away by that. I'm absolutely for it. I literally don't know what to say. The writing was on the wall. Psychologists knew it. We knew there was going to be mental health damage and fragments to our students. We knew that there were going to be behavior and modification issues. I talked to Stan on numerous occasions and we were both in the same position on this, and we needed more supports. And I sat here a year and a half ago and begged, asked more. Can't use one-time funding, don't want to use one-time funding to hire people that we might not be able to. Here we are having a conversation about it now. I am absolutely appalled. I'm shocked, really. Because that is not the best for our students. And we knew it. If we had listened to the experts, we would have done it.
Are there any other comments from the room?
No other public comment requests received.
Okay, back to board discussion. So trustee Pizzotti, I don't know if your question was answered.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions, but a lot of the data that we saw this year, were trends throughout the state. I'm sure of that. But some of my questions are, from what we saw last year, I'll go back to the question that I had. Are we at capacity right now with our social workers and our outreach specialists in terms of the amount of cases that they have and the contacts that they have to make and the tracking that they have to do, right? Like, are they being overloaded? That's my first question. I've got more.
So we had this discussion with Victor Community Services on Monday. And part of the discussion was that Victor, right, was having challenges hiring last year. And now that they're feeling that they've increased their staffing and we can refer more, which then will hopefully, because right, you've got school-based social work, which, correct me if I'm wrong, but what they were talking about, President Wong, was that's about 6 visits, school-based social work is what they try to see the students. And then after that, then they try to refer, if it's more serious than that, more intensive, to Victor Community Services. Last year, I'd have to pull up the data and I'll show it to you. I don't want to quote it. How many were referred and worked with Victor Community Services last year? But now they're saying we can take more this year. So now we're seeing 2 additional social workers this year being hired to our staff and the higher capacity of Victor Community Services. I don't know if that fully answered your question, but
It doesn't, because I'm not asking about Victor Services.
right, I understand,
right?
but this is our
I get it.
capacity to serve students.
I get it. It's the social workers and psychologists, as well as the outreach specialists that my question is about, not who we contract out with. I'm just wondering about the capacity of our personal staff that we have.
I think if we asked our team, they would tell you that they still feel very stretched and very busy. I don't know, busy may not be the right word, but it's that they're very occupied trying to serve families and students.
Okay.
Again, I do say that our capacity in our whole organization in terms of SEL, probably as that improves, it will also help our social workers and their role. I mean, typically what you want in the pyramid for multiple tier systems of support is you don't want, your tier 2 and tier 3 should be a very small minority of the percentage. You don't want to have greater than 20% that go in that echelon of tier 2 and tier 3. And so when we do a good job in our early areas, that tier should be kind of reduced quite a bit. But we right now in our current status, I think all our social workers, our outreach, all those folks would tell you that they are very occupied trying to help and service families. And that, if we had additional staff, we would deploy them. So, across the board, I think, at River City High School, you have a big high school. We have one social worker at the high school. That would be a place that we would probably want to consider having two, just given the amount of students that are there. A place like Ridgeway, they share one with another school. That's the type of move. Now that we have 8, we won't have to do that anymore. So those
Where
are.
do they share? Where do they share?
They share with Riverbank.
Okay, so that's like
Yeah.
1,600.
So now both of those schools would have their own person. So that's going to make a big difference too. So yeah, we could have more personnel in a lot of places, not just in social workers.
Well, yeah, and I'm not, that was my first question, was about social workers, outreach specialists, psychologists. My other question is going to go towards the violence slide. So I don't know if you can pull
them back up.
The violence slide.
Go back to slide number 3, please.
Yeah, there we go. Do we have any comparison on that particular data with other years? Like physical, I'm looking at, so these are all our suspensions, right, by discipline. I would categorize weapons, dangerous, willful force violence, and physical injury kind of all in the same type of category. And that's why I'm just wondering, do we have that information from previous years? So we can see is the violent types of offenses happening in greater frequency? Because I know all of our expulsions this year were for violent offenses, right? So, they're all no-brainers. They're basically all we had to do them. And that's something that we hadn't seen in the past.
So to answer your question, yes, we sat down at the admin advance and we actually had that data in there. And our administrators were able to look at that data. That was one of our data points that we looked at. As we looked at academics, behavioral, attendance, even chronic attendance.
Because one of the things that I'm curious about is the disruption of this while on campus. Like, how do you disrupt that while it's on campus? And, a campus monitor or campus security generally isn't going to be a deterrent from anybody doing these things. But, an SRO might be, right? When you have a badge on there, that might be a change. So I'm just curious, from a time when we had SROs to a time in which we're seeing now, in terms of the violent acts, was there any significant differences?
So let me take a stab at that one. I was principal of the comprehensive campus when we did have an SRO. You know, and just really to understand, our campus monitors actually do a lot to prevent. But not in the way of that, oh, campus monitor's there, I'm watching, I'm gonna get in trouble because he's there. Not because of just that element of security, which I think kind of what you were speaking to with the SRO. But they also have a lot of relationships with kids. And so they're on campus and they know those kids. And so what they're able to do that an SRO is not able to do is they're able to see what's going on and hear what's going on from kids directly. Those kids are giving them information about watch out for this, look out for this. They're getting that information. And so they have, from my perspective, a far greater impact on the overall safety of that quad area than an SRO does.
And
now, there are situations though that we understand that we're, as campus staff, that we're limited compared to what an SRO could do. We get that, but they have a greater impact. I would say that if you look at that data up there, and I, having been an assistant principal at Welland River City High School with SROs, I don't know that last year was worse historically than many other years. You know, again, if you compare it to the 18-19 school year, we have to remember that was the best year we had in discipline, probably in our district with the percentage that we had. But in terms of suspensions, we're talking about suspensions. I do not believe that that not having an SRO has made that impact.
And I'm not actually.
I'm not sure if that was the question.
That kind of, but not really. It's one of those, I'm saying in addition to.
Yeah.
I'm not ever gonna suggest we get rid of the campus monitors because you're right. For the reasons you explained, they can hear things that an SRO can't. I'm saying more of the deterrent effect that an SRO has on somebody bringing in a knife, right?
Right.
Which happened far too frequently.
Understood.
Right.
Yeah.
Somebody's less likely to bring in, you know, a dangerous weapon if they know that there's a badge.
Yes, and I can tell you, SROs have proven to be, you know, just like any other personnel. You know, there's differences in personalities and how they operate, but they have been valuable at the time that I was principal. They were a valuable resource to us, and we did not only for security but also for outreach. So they were able to become, they were an asset for us in that way. I just didn't want to leave you with the conclusion that our suspension rate has anything to do with an SRO.
I'm not suggesting, this year was very shocking and hard for me to take, you know, suspending that many kids for bringing a weapon on campus. And not suspending, expelling. I'm sorry, expelling kids for bringing a weapon on campus. When you know, I've been on the board since 15, and I don't recall, there might have been one time that a kid brought a weapon on campus, but I can't recall it. So again, and if it was, I don't think it was at the high school. So I'm just trying to figure out, is there a deterrent effect to be had that we could benefit from? Because I'm not looking at things in just a single, you know, visionary of, you know, violence, and SROs are the savior or the end all be all. That's why my first question was about, do social workers have the capacity right now? Outreach specialists. I need a broader picture to really attack this problem, because to me, yes, the violence is bad, but it's not as egregious as we've seen in some years, but it's certainly way worse than what we saw.
Certainly can be improved upon.
Yeah, but the expulsions for incredibly violent scenarios, potential scenarios, was shocking, and it was really disturbing to me. And I don't want our kids to get to that point. So I'll save my piece for, and if I think of something else as I listen to other questions.
Trustee Barnes, do you have any questions?
Oh, I did. Caught me off guard.
You want to break, you can also, we also need it. We will go past 10, so I need a motion to go.
Oh,
ahead.
yeah. Should we go ahead and do that? Yeah. I will make a motion to go past 10.
I'll second.
Second, trustee Barnes makes a motion to go past 10, trustee Pizzotti seconds, roll call vote, clerk Venegas.
Aye.
I vote aye. Vice President Kirby Gonzalez,
Aye.
trustee Barnes,
Aye.
trustee Pizzotti.
Aye.
Sorry about that. Just wanted to get that out of the way before. Go ahead.
No, that's okay. So in that, what I do think is really, I always say this, I feel like, but great about our community is that we do have a really great working relationship with the police department, and we have experienced them responding quickly, which is amazing. I love, to Mr. Malik's point, the increase in staff in social work, in outreach, psychiatrists, nurses, like those are a lot of really wonderful additions to the team. And in healthcare, it's a similar situation. I mean, we are providing education, but we are also to some degree providing healthcare, which is why we have to have some of these components. And so, you think about just the support or I at least think about the support of myself as an RN in the hospital, and you need every single one of these, because if you don't have them, you start to struggle, you don't get to process the what happened, the trauma that you experienced through every shift. And this is similar to what our kids are experiencing, whether it was pre-COVID or during COVID or now. We need these components to be able to help them through at this stage, whatever it is that they are going through, and to be able to understand how to meet them where they are. So at the moment, I do appreciate very much having the police department be able to respond as a support system. I think that the team that we have is really effective. And I hope, your question and, President Wong also said, of course, there's not enough, we assess, like we have to assess and reassess, and hopefully the best that we can is not really just skating by. Hopefully we are really doing a lot to be able to because, all of the learning, all of this mental health is pivotal for learning, because obviously we can't have it without. So I appreciate this. I appreciate what we've done. I did have a question about anonymous reporting, you said posters.
Right.
So is there another way that we're able to?
Yeah, there's a number of ways to go through, right? There's also the barcode, right?
Okay.
We're gonna have more going up. There's the website, there's the posters, there's the barcode, and there's a phone number.
Okay.
And just to elaborate on what you were saying on the relationship with the police, they've been great about being thought partners,
They're amazing.
right? Let's reflect. There's no ego in there.
Yeah.
There's no pride. Let's sit down and let's talk this through, and let's figure out what we could do better as a team.
Yeah, thank you for saying that, because even as a new board member appointed during COVID, not knowing many of these leaders, Chief Strange was one that was always, and others, I can't just single him out because there were others who I've been able to meet that have been very, whether I see them at Treehouse Cafe or crossing the street or at a school site or whatever in the community, they're always excited to talk about the district and our kids. And I love that. So yeah, I'm very thankful for that. And so I like the anonymous reporting. And then I had another, the threat assessment training, is that for our teachers or?
No, we're gonna take our admin team through it.
Okay.
Right, that's primarily our admin team.
Okay.
And we're gonna go through it. It's gonna be emergency services, right? Fire, PD. We're also talking about OES being there right, with us for the training. Who am I leaving out? And last time we met with them right in the beginning of Christmas break. We did a tabletop with them that Lieutenant Winger facilitated, which was great. We had this whole group with OES and sheriff and fire and PD and had a great discussion. Now we're gonna bring them back. Now, this is an outside agency that's working with SAC PD on threat assessment, bringing in. I know that Roseville has gone through the training, El Dorado and a couple other, Elk Grove's going through it.
Awesome, good. Thank you. And that's it. I remember our I should give a shout out to our campus security monitor when I was in high school. She was amazing and she was there for like 40 years. Anyway, Helen Murray. Rest in peace. She was amazing. Can't help it, love her. Okay, that's it.
Renee, do you have any questions, comments? Vice President Kirby Gonzalez?
Thank you. Yes, I think one important point to make is that when you go back and search our agendas and search under safety, you see regular safety updates, and then you see a long lag. It's been a long time since we've had this conversation. It's been asked for, and it's now on a meeting that is very, very long and very late. And I'm not, that is no fault of staff at all. But I just want to make that point that this is a conversation that I think needed to happen a few months ago. I very much appreciate all of these pieces and how comprehensive it all is. And I really want to thank you for that. One question I have is, when did those monthly meetings with West Sacramento PD start?
Good question. I can't give you that. I can't.
Okay.
We were meeting with
Been
them
ongoing.
frequently last year.
Okay, good.
So it started, I think, last year.
Probably October. It was
Yeah.
October.
Okay,
It was October, actually.
okay.
We had an incident and then we started meeting regularly.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. And then I think with this piece, I was looking very closely last year at the data of when we didn't have a substitute teacher and where the schools were. And it was very, very clear that some of our schools were just not getting a substitute. And it was very, very clear that those same schools were the places I was getting phone calls about behavior. It just matched up perfectly. And so I think that that's where we just have to really make sure that we have a very close pulse. And a huge gift is now that we're fully staffed in our classrooms with kids. That's a huge gift when it comes to, I think, just consistency for our students, because when you have a revolving door, it opens a lot of issues for our kids. But I don't want to get those calls this year. I've had multiple calls from substitutes in our district that said, here's where I will not go because I don't feel safe in the classroom with students. And so that's why we have to have these discussions, and they have to be regular, and they're very, very robust. This has many components and it's very nuanced. But we do have to make sure that we're really honing in with our visiting teachers and with our current educators and everyone on campus in terms of when there's an issue that we're hearing them. Because I've had staff members' spouses call me and say, I don't feel safe with my spouse on your campus if there's certain behaviors happening, because these behaviors are serious that we've dealt with. And I know that we all know that in this room that they are. If I don't want my child in a room with these behaviors, I don't want anybody's child in a room with these behaviors. And so I want to just bring that sense of urgency that we have more of an ongoing conversation in this role. In terms of this planning, I'm so glad to see it with SAC PD, and I'd love to learn more about it as it comes. I want to know questions like, do our substitutes know the plan? Are these the plans that are locked right now in student services that were done a few years ago with a third-party agency? Is this a new plan? Is it revising that? What does that look like and mean in terms of our kids' safety? And then also what will be important for us to be updated with is, what are our kids doing when there's a drill? Because we need to really understand how they're being spoken to about if there's a drill, and really looking at the research behind that of what is the right approach to tell our young kids. Obviously, a fire drill is very, very different, but an active shooter type drill, I want to be very clear that we all understand what they're going to be told to. Otherwise, we know that we get a lot of calls in the community and from our own kids, so just if we can have an open communication on that, or if it can be shared with us. So I'll just end with, I'm really excited about this work. I support all that you are doing to add safety. And if you are hearing from your administrators, from your educators, from your classified employees that they need more, please tell us so that we can address those things, because first and foremost, they have to feel safe at school. And I'm pretty passionate about that. And so we want to make sure it's just not acceptable if people come to school and they don't feel safe and there's a weapon brandished and whatnot. So thank you. It's my piece.
Okay. So thank you for a very comprehensive presentation. I think that we have to be clear that the data is post-pandemic when we were all isolated. And again, I think staff have been clear that this is not unlike other trends around the state of California. If you look at the disaggregated data, who was being suspended, expelled are Black and brown kids, young people in foster care, homelessness, right? Those are facing trauma. And I would guarantee you those who are actually during the pandemic and COVID, just based on the numbers and the kids who were entering the child welfare system, immense levels of trauma. And we won't go into who we expelled, but they are those categories of kids, right? Let's be clear. A comprehensive strategy, a whole child strategy is important to me. When you look at the CHKAS data, when you look at half of our kids don't feel safe on campus, isn't that something we should be thinking about too? Like, what does that mean? What is the adult connection there? Why don't they? Is it physical safety? Is it emotional safety? When you look at the kids who are being bullied in middle school, and I'll tell you, my kid too, because they're queer. What does that tell you? Or based off their race and ethnicity. It is not just a campus security SRO situation. I've had conversations with Chief Strange, really grateful for his openness and really digging into adverse childhood experiences and really training his police force on becoming more aware of, better understanding what happened to you versus who you are. Right. And have had frank conversations that I will share that I don't think it's not feasible right now to have an SRO because they are also challenged with their own work. Right. There's community safety needs, but I love the fact that our staff and Chief Strange's, officers are working together intentionally to transform a conversation about community safety. And no, the ratio for school social workers is 1 to 250. That would require us to hire 28.
There you go.
Right, but I would say, I love how Trustee Barnes says, yeah, we triage, and Colin is right. It doesn't have to be our staff. There are social workers in the community. There's Victor Service. They count to the 1 to 250 as well, right? When we think about mental health supports, Victor is there. We also have Yolo County, Children's Alliance. They also have a community-based. So what you saw here was just a piece of what we know. There's actually a lot more investments from the county for children's mental health, school-based mental health, adult mental health, right? That was not represented here. And I suppose people learn differently. I think what would be interesting is to understand what triage looks like from our staff. These were lists of things we do, but we have different types of learners, right? When we talk about collective impact, there's never a silver bullet for everything, right? Having done this in Oakland Unified, right? Like it's not a magic bullet. We just have to think differently. How do we engage our school community, our staff, our parents, our community members, our CBOs, right? Our city partners to change the water and the environment. Because again, what's telling to me is like, you look at the disaggregated data, that's painful for me to see that students experiencing homelessness were disproportionately suspended. Who are in foster care were 3 times as likely to get suspended. And quite frankly, majority of our expulsions. That hurts my heart. Right? We all know this. Is that going to be deterrent? I don't know. But we have to think more comprehensively about a culturally responsive, trauma-informed, healing-centered system for our kids who that's what the data says, right? So how are we responding to our kids who have faced trauma that has been exacerbated and magnified by the pandemic? Right. So again, I go back to this is not new data. The data, half of our kids haven't felt safe on campus for quite some time. Right. The siege case that seems to be kind of standard here. Right. SRO, not SRO. They don't feel safe. How do we change that? Right. When we become student focused, how do we engage students in this conversation as well? Right? Like what I didn't hear was like, well, maybe we should actually ask the students. What do they need? And so I would encourage you to actually talk to students about what that looks like. How do you build community? How do you change school climate? Which is, by the way, a statutory responsibility in the LCAP as well, right? So that's this my thoughts. I know it's hard work. I personally know it's hard work. It's emotional toll on people because again, I don't take this lightly either. I take that seriously. School climate is about all the groups who are on campus. So I thank you for sharing because I don't want to get stuck on that. It is also about safety for our students and how do we hold. With that I'm not sure if there's anything else on information item. We can move on to the consent agenda. I was not here. Was anything pulled off consent agenda? Or I don't know.
No, thank you.
No, it wasn't. Oh, I'm sorry. We were thinking. There was nothing pulled from the consent agenda. No.
I do have are there any public comments on consent agenda? If not, I have one to read.
Comment request received in person, one pre-submitted.
Okay. The public comment is from Gail Costello, consent agenda item number 0.2.c, approval of Director 2, Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion job description. Thank you. I see that the Director 2 of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion position will cost WSD approximately $130,000 to $150,000 in total. For that salary and benefits package, this person will be expected to generate all sorts of new verbiage, programs, committees, and changes. As Americans are realizing how much negative impact these DEI programs can cause on a campus relative to the benefits for a small number of students, and feel that much of the gender ID agenda is foisted way too early on young children who are not mature enough to make any decisions of such long-lasting importance. I wonder if WSD should have sat back and gone with a much less visible program for another year or two and allowed other districts to be the guinea pigs. But now there will be a Director 2 trying to prove their importance and worth. WSD parents are relatively traditional in their lives and expectations. And I do not think that major changes on campuses will be greeted with approval. An early reassurance that district and classroom libraries will not be stocked with K-6 grade books on gender identity would be helpful. There is no reason to be discussing anyone's gender, sexual preference before 7th grade. I do hope the staff person will make a presentation to an open school board meeting after they had been at WSD for 6 months. Transparency will be important when we have already seen so much secrecy at other districts. With that, do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Seconded.
Second. Well, trustee Pizzotti seconded it, but quietly.
Sorry.
Vice President Kirby Gonzalez moves, trustee Pizzotti seconds. Roll call vote. Trustee Barnes?
Aye.
Clerk Venegas?
Aye.
I vote aye. Vice President Kirby Gonzalez?
Aye.
Trustee Pizzotti?
Aye.
And you have your consent agenda. Moving on to action items. P1, approval of contract services with AECOM for California Environmental Quality, CEQA, consultant services for Measure Z Westfield Village School Modernization, project. Assistant Superintendent of Business Services, Monique Stovall.
So excuse me, President Long, before we launch into action items, I would just like to recognize we have some of our
There you go.
employees here.
Congratulations.
And who will be, we have a new Director of English Learners and Support Programs, Ms. Stacy Tran. We have a Director of Induction, Early Childhood Education and Expanded Learning Programs with Rahale Atavaki. And we also have a new Director of Special Services, Ms. Carla Salvo. Is joining our team, and he's not here, but we know we're losing to us, but a gain to his family, Dr. Andre Phillips. So by the time we have our next board meeting, he will officially be a retired WUSD employee. So we just also want to take this time to acknowledge all the work and all that Andre has brought to our district. And we really appreciate him and all that he's done. And we know that our special ed program is in good hands, as with our early ed and English learners. And I'm just excited for the team. So thank you all for coming and speaking.
You can go home now.
Yeah, when you do, yes. Oh, we have one more new face that's moved from there to here. So we have another new face in the room.
So we have our Director of Human Resources, who's been instrumental this summer. HR got a lot of love, so we wanted to point her out, make sure you guys have a name with a face. We have Farah Ubaidullah, who is our HR Director.
Yay.
There you go.
We are gonna see you.
Mario's like, you will be on camera. You will be on camera.
Dr. Hildreth, are we ready to move on?
Yes, yes. Thank you. Thank you for allowing me that little tangent.
I know.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for staying. I was trying to get you out of here earlier.
Wait, we're only getting our ice cream.
You guys can have it. Ice cream in the freezer.
I am gonna have one. For us?
Superintendent Monique Stovall, are you ready to present?
I am, and what a wonderful celebrate our employees. I'm okay with taking a moment, absolutely. This evening, I'm coming to you and asking for approval of a contract with AECOM, AECOM, to conduct a CEQA study. A CEQA study is called the California Environmental Quality Act. This type of study basically studies the impact of our construction projects, like the one that we had planned for Westfield Village. It'll assess noise, it'll assess air pollution, it'll assess water. This is a required study for our Measure Z project at Westfield. The cost is $3,810, and we request your approval.
Let's go with the EIR. Hello.
That's all.
Hello.
That's it.
We're done.
Second.
Nobody approved. Did you want to do comments? Okay.
Comments? Anybody have questions before you move?
No public comments received.
Any board discussion?
Nope.
Clerk Venegas was about to second.
I second, for sure.
I guess I moved that.
Naughty move, Clerk Venegas second. I'll vote. Vice President Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
Trustee Barnes.
Aye.
I vote aye. Clerk Venegas.
Aye.
Trustee Pizzotti.
Aye.
Okay, you have your approval. So moving on to action item number 2, adoption of resolution number 2022-23-49, approving and adopting the developer fee justification study and authorizing increase in statutory level 1 developer.
Thank you. Back again. Earlier this evening, we
Okay.
conducted the public hearing for an increase to the developer fee. We received information about the developer fee study, which that study did indicate that we are able to and we should increase our developer fees. At this time, we are requesting that you approve the resolution that will allow us to increase those fees.
Well, go ahead.
Any public comment?
No public comments received.
Okay, all right, any board discussion?
I move.
No, okay.
I move.
I second.
Trustee Pizzotti moves, Vice President Kirby Gonzalez seconds, roll call vote, trustee Barnes.
Aye.
I vote aye, Clerk Venegas.
Aye.
Vice President Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
Trustee Pizzotti.
Aye.
You have your resolution adopted.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to number 3, P3. Approval of certificated variable term waivers. Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources, MLG Panu.
President Wong, trustees, we are asking approval of the submission of certificated variable term waivers for some recent hiring employees that we have hired to allow them to complete their CTC requirements. This variable team waiver allows us to employ these individuals while they are making progress towards usually it's one component that they are missing as part of the credentialing program. Or process, I should say.
Okay, any public comments?
No public comments received.
Okay, any board discussion?
Yeah, I have one quick question. Approximately how many people do we have in this program?
Well, there are 4 people that will be recommended for this.
Okay.
2 are social workers, 1 is a special education teacher, and 1 is a teacher that is completing the basic skills test which is basically the CBES.
Okay.
Any other questions from the board? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion to adopt.
So move.
Trustee Barnes moves.
I'll second.
Vice President Kirby Gonzalez seconds. Trustee Pizzotti.
Aye.
I vote aye, Clerk Venegas.
Aye.
Vice President Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
Trustee Barnes.
Aye.
You have your variable term waiver. Item P4, approval of employment of certificated employees with provisional permits. Assistant Superintendent of Human Service. You're back.
Yep, I am back. President Wong, trustees, Human Resources is requesting that the trustees acknowledge receipt of the application and the individuals that we will be applying for provisional credential permits. These individuals are considered interns and will be making progress towards earning their credentials as well. This is a different type of waiver that we are requesting that is in alignment with CTC. There are currently 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 individuals that will be in this process as well. Thank you. Welcome.
Any board or any public comments?
No public comments received.
Board questions and discussion? If not, I'll entertain a motion to adopt.
I move.
Clerk Venegas.
I'll second.
Okay, Vice President Kirby Gonzalez seconds. Trustee Barnes.
Sorry.
Trustee Barnes seconds. Trustee Barnes.
Aye.
Vice President Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
Trustee Pizzotti.
Aye.
Clerk Venegas.
Aye.
And I too vote aye. Okay, you have your approval. Moving on to item number P5, A through G block grant for Washington Unified School District. Assistant Superintendent of Ed Services, Stan Mosich. Welcome back.
Thank you. So the A through G completion improvement grant was established to provide additional supports to districts to increase the number of high school students, particularly unduplicated pupils who would graduate from high school with A through G eligibility. Washington Unified is eligible to receive approximately $589,216. This allocation is based on an equal amount per unduplicated pupil. These funds are available for expenditure or encumbrance through the 25-26 school year. And we shared this plan we shared our preliminary plan at the last board meeting in July. We want to go forward using these funds with the understanding that we can modify our plans in the years ahead with the site input in order to be as successful as possible. So we're asking for your approval so we can use these funds.
Any public comment?
No public comment received?
Board questions and discussion? Seeing none, I move this for adoption.
I second.
Clerk Benega seconds. Trustee Barnes,
Aye.
Vice President Kirby Gonzalez,
Aye.
Trustee Pizzotti.
Aye.
I vote aye. Clerk Venegas.
Aye.
Great. So moving on to P6, block grant for Washington Middle College. I assume it's the same except for Washington Middle College.
Yes, so we want to do the same thing for Washington Middle College High School. Their amount is $150,000. And we would like you to approve us using those funds to help them to increase their A through G.
I'm going to take a while. I guess there's no public comment on this and there is no board discussion.
Correct. Sorry, I
Okay.
don't want to speak for the board, but.
I move.
I feel like we're trying to be
second.
Clerk Venegas.
Telling us to be
Aye.
Aye. Trustee Pizzotti.
Aye.
Vice President Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
Trustee Barnes.
Aye.
You have your second block grant. Congratulations. Moving on to, oh, you're still here.
Oh.
The CONAP, Consolidated Application 2023 Application for Funding. Dan, third item.
Yes, I'm going to turn this over to our director, Stephanie Grove.
Hi, good evening, President Long, board members, Superintendent Hildreth, and all of our remaining members. This evening, we are requesting your approval of the 2022-23 consolidated application. This application demonstrates the district's participation in our Title I, Part A, Title II, Title III, and Title IV. These are the federally funded programs within our district, and it meets all the eligibility on the attached documents. All assurances have been completed and submitted. Once again, we do not meet the eligibility for Title III immigrant funding, and you may be asking, but wait, we had an increase in our immigrants. That is true. However, these numbers are based upon Seabeds Day, which is that date in October. So in 2020, we had 193. In 2021, last year in October, we had 168, but and then at the end of 2022, so the end of last year, we actually had 212. So we did show a significant increase. Unfortunately, that was after the Seabeds Day. Currently, as of yesterday, we have 229, so we will meet that eligibility next year.
Good.
But that was a question you guys had last year. So
Really fun.
Any public comments?
No public comment received?
Any board discussion? Okay.
That's good, though. Thank you for sharing that.
Yeah, so I actually have one that came to me is that somebody said that every single school in Washington Unified was deemed Title I. Yet, so can you help just for the purposes of those who will be watching this on video? How was that determined? Because in the past there was a certain threshold, but for example, we had independent study program deemed Title I, but they were 0% free and reduced. Can you help me understand that?
So it is dependent upon the numbers based upon our Seabeds Day for those schools that qualify. And then there is a certain threshold for school-wide programs. And some of our schools, although they're close to falling below that, they're grandfathered into being school-wide. And then it's interesting that you asked that question because we currently have some schools that are not school-wide that we will be bringing to you in the near future because now they qualify to be school-wide Title I programs.
But yeah, just looking, it was interesting because I pulled the it was independent study. It was a Title I program, but it was like literally one student that was not on free and reduced, and they were Title I. So it was a little bit.
For our independent study,
Mhm.
I will look into that.
That's okay. Yeah. It's just. So, anyway, with that said, any other board questions or comments?
Yeah, but it's not West. The question was, did it have to do with the West Sac independent study, and that does not.
Oh, no, it was us. I mean, I can screenshot it later for you if you'd like to see it.
No, I will look.
I will move for adoption.
I'll second.
Trustee Garner, oh, was there a question?
No, I
No,
said I
she
will
seconded.
second. I'm pointing so you know who it was. I will second. Wait, where is?
We were both saying
it. Wait, you're not on.
Venegas?
Aye.
Aye. Trustee Potts?
Aye.
Vice President Kirby Gonzalez?
Aye.
Trustee Barner?
Aye.
Your con app is adopted. Item number 8, Dr. Hildreth, you're up. Approval of revisions to the superintendent's employment contract.
Yes, thank you, President Wong. This item is reflecting the conversations that we have had about me continuing in this role for Washington Unified, which I'm extremely excited to do, and really just am thrilled to be here, and the thought to be able to continue the work and really help us reach our goals for students is a priority for me. And to do that with a equity lens, with the support of the board, I know we can meet the goals that we have set for ourselves. So I bring forward this contract for your approval.
Do we have any public comment on this?
No public comments received.
Okay, no public comment received. So the board to report, the board is taking action to approve the extension of the employment agreement of Superintendent Dr. Cheryl Hildreth, retroactive to July 1st, 2022 through June 30th, 2026. The salary effective July 1st, 2022 is $265,000. The employment agreement also includes $1,000 per year for master's degree stipends, a $1,000 per year doctoral stipend, a 5% one-time payment for the 2022-2023 school year, an annual step increase of 4.25% starting on July 1st, 2023, and annual car allowances in the sum of $6,000. Annual benefits contribution from the district is the same as other non-represented certificated employees at a cost of approximately $10,000 per year, and professional association fees. So that is the board report. Any discussion, comments? If not, I will.
I'll move.
Okay, do I have a second? Trustee Pizzotti moves.
I'll second. I always second, so I may as well.
I vote aye. Clerk Venegas?
Aye.
Vice President Kirby Gonzalez?
Aye.
Trustee Pizzotti?
Aye.
Trustee Barnes?
Aye.
Okay, you're stuck with us for a few more years, Dr. Hill. Okay. We are going to move on to, there's nothing for board governance and our future board agenda items, special board meeting, PLAs, August 2022. I believe that's been scheduled for the 30th. And future educators and aspiring administrators program. I'm excited about that, September 2022. Unaudited actual, September 2022. And Board of Education study session on the strategic plan implementation for governance, September 2022. A lot's going on next month. Anything else to add to future board agenda items? Or anything we may have forgotten?
I do, President Wong. I would like to add a item, or it could be an update from Dr. Hildreth and staff as well, but on our volunteer policy. So I'm not sure if that needs to come to the board or if that can be staff work, but in terms of consideration of making it in alignment with the Cal OSHA that our employees are following. So that is one. And then my second one is for the policy committee to look at, I know this was done recently, but now that we're feeling the maybe consequences isn't the right word, but the impacts of the policy is looking specifically at dress code policy, specifically shorts length.
Right, I feel like the dress code is a policy we revisit every single year.
But we used
It
to
is not every single year we revisit.
not every year, because when it was uniforms, it was just done.
Oh, no, we revisited for the high school. We did.
Good point. So I feel like we should do it again.
Yes, so we will, again, the dress code of students in that discussion. Those will be added. Anything else for the?
You guys got the same thing, the same day.
Anybody know?
For the volunteer policy, we will send an update. We're working on that now. So we can send that to the board, so you'll have that information prior to the next meeting.
Perfect.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you for being responsive, Dr. Hildreth. Response to that. Okay. I am moving on to item S, board and superintendent comments. Superintendent, Dr. Hildreth.
Thank you, President Wong, and to all trustees and our guests that are still hanging in there with us. I just want to begin by expressing my gratitude to each member of our wonderful district and just all that who have worked tirelessly to have such a good start of the year. So to hear from our employees that it was a good start of the year, it really helps all the background that happened in July and August to get ready for that. So want to express that being grateful. Also, it was a wonderful experience to participate in the certificated and classified kickoff on August 8th and 9th. Our team hadn't really had that opportunity. So to be in the gym and see everyone and have breakfast, and it really helped us to say we're beginning to be on the other side. We're still monitoring COVID, but that was just a wonderful opportunity for me to be able to talk to our WSTA members, our CSEA members, and we celebrated our successes from 21-22, and we shared the goals of our strategic plan as well. And as we begin this year one of implementation of the strategic plan, I'm really inspired by the comments and the positive energy of staff as we align our work to meeting those outcomes of a portrait of a graduate. And I just want to share with you a couple of the highlights that we shared at that time. We talked about our tech team who did install 210 75-inch monitors in our K-8 classrooms. Like, that is amazing. That happened over the summer. We have 1,200 new Chromebooks available for our students. We had 179 students who reclassified. Like, that's 15% of all of our English learners. So to know that that level of reclassification happened in a year after being on lockdown, just imagine where we can go now that we have a more stable learning environment and a more stable staff. We launched our newcomer center, as we've talked about, under the direction of Stacy Tran and two fabulous WUSD teachers, Tiffany Keller and Carolee Churchill. Our HR team worked to get our vacancies. And I think after experiencing last year, we're all just can't believe that we don't have the number of empty classrooms, because we know what that means for kids to come in on that first day and their parents, and you're already nervous, and to have you don't know who your teacher is. We don't have that here. And that is a gift that not a lot of districts can say. So that was such a highlight. Our restorative justice and equity coordinator, Maricela Romero, and our SEL coordinator, Rosie Arcano, they were hired at the end of the year, but they have already jumped in and they have been providing trainings for staff during the summer. They provided training for our classified, for our paraeducators, the day before school started. So to make sure that we are valuing as part of our strategic plan, we talk about professional growth and learning opportunities for all staff. And that's just an example of what we mean. So if our paraeducators are in the classrooms, we want them to have the SEL knowledge and skills so that they can be part of a great team for teachers. Our MOT and facilities teams worked hard to make sure our campuses were clean and ready for students. So these are just a few of the wonderful things that just happened in between June 30th and August 10th. So wanted to highlight those. I've had the opportunity these past couple of weeks of really visiting campuses and talking to staff. I was able to go to River City back and forth all day. They had something new this year where they did grade level assemblies to share with the students what expectations are, but to get them focused on positivity. They had Kevin Bracey, who spoke to the kids first. And then I came to each grade level assembly and I told the students I just wanted them to know my face because they would be seeing me on campus and visiting their classrooms. And you don't know if kids are really paying attention, especially at this big event. But when I was at back to school night last night at Westfield, I had a student come up to me and say, do you work here? And I said, I do. And she asked, are you in charge? I said, I am. And so she said, I thought so, because I'm at River City, I'm a 9th grader, and you came and you talked to us at the grade level assembly, and I'm here volunteering at Westfield on back to school night because I was a student here. So that's the kinds of connections that I want to continue to make. And that's why I wanted the kids to see who I am, to come up and talk to me, the strengths, the opportunities. So that really was special. So I did go to the back to school nights I made it to Westfield and Riverbank yesterday. And then last week I was at River City. And I was stopped by one of our parents who had participated on our strategic plan work group. And we talked about the strategic plan and how happy she was that we had it and thanking us for the opportunity to give input. But that's the benefit, I think, of really getting out in the community where people can tell you what they think. And it's not always going to be good, but I'll take it for these first 3 weeks because I know as we get to week 40, it may not all be as positive, but we never know. I'm going to try and keep it. I'm going to keep it in the positive space. In terms of school spirit, I was at the football game for River City. They had their first game last week and it was packed. I mean, kids were there, they were excited. And we are working on the sound system.
I was just gonna say, that was one of my questions.
Working on the sound system. I have firsthand knowledge of what Colum shared, but I also know that the week before, Monique, Terry, Serge, Giselle were out at River City specifically to find out, to give Monique and Giselle an awareness of what the issues were so they could work on fixing it. So just wanted to acknowledge that that was top of mind for our MOTF team. I also want to extend a big thank you to West Sac PD for National Night Out because that was really a great experience. It was hot, very, 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 very hot, but in spite of the heat, community still came out. And police were still excited and they had the fancy robo car and just a lot going on and people in their neighborhood. It was just one of the reasons why I'm like, this is a place where I could stay a little while. So thank you to Cia Rains, who was our bus driver extraordinaire. And then lastly, just want to extend appreciation to Yolo County Children's Alliance and all of our hardworking community partners. They volunteered and supported us with our annual backpack giveaway, which was on July 30th. And are always reaching out to us to ensure that our students have the support that we need. So having these great partnerships and a committed district community, I think is what makes Washington Unified great. And I'm happy to be a part of it. Thank you.
Trustee Warnes?
I will keep mine short. Kids are so excited about the LCD monitors and the Chromebooks. Very excited. It's cute. But I'm also, what back to school night is at the forefront of my mind because it was so incredible. I love being able to have that again. We did it virtually last year and I remember thinking like, oh, it's kind of nice that I can be at soccer practice and on back to school night. But then being able to really engage with the teachers and see the incredible things that they're teaching our kids is so awesome and it feels so good. And I was actually telling Stan on the way and I actually have to restrain myself from hugging them because I love them so much and they're so good at what they do. And I'm excited for this year across the district. And I think the stable support is huge. So I just love that we have extra staff now to be able to support our incredible teachers who do such a good job. So I'm excited about that. And I also really appreciate the energy that is with, I got to attend the Riverbank, the tail end of it, of the rally that they had. And they did such a good job. They put so much effort and energy into decorating and thinking of activities for kids. And they were just so excited. It was like a pep rally that, it was amazing. So you kind of forget about those things that we all experienced before COVID and now it's back. So I'm excited about that. And that's all I'm going to say. So yay, we're back to school.
Trustee Pizzotti?
Yeah, first I want to say congratulations to our new hires and to Dr. Hildreth for the extension. And then I wanted to, as you can see, I want to talk about the water for a second. I've been drinking the water and tastes like tap water that has been sitting in a plastic bottle with an open lid sitting out in the sun. Like, it doesn't taste any different. I'm not trying to dismiss people's opinion of what the water is, but I also want them to understand that our water comes from the city and that the focus might want to go towards the city because they're supplying the water. Now, if there's something wrong with our pipes, then that's something else. That's a school level issue, but from what I tasted, it's fine. So that was my own personal opinion. Now, if I get sick on the way home, then that's on me. But I just wanted the public to understand that, the water isn't supplied by the school. The city supplies the water. And what flows through our pipes sometimes sits there over a summer. And that could be the cause of, why it tastes or looks different for a period of time. But anyway, I just wanted to comment on that. Also, back to school night was fabulous. It's been a while since, I've gone to back to school night and felt really like connected, right? We've had this kind of, it's nice to see your teachers over the Zoom thingy, but it's really so much more personal when you get to talk to them in person and see what the kids are doing in the classroom. And it just really, it really did kind of make me feel like, okay, this is the new year, right? Like last year was, yes, we're back, but this makes me feel like we're really back, because we're actually doing everything in person now. So I really don't have much else to say, except for I wanted to say thank you for that information about the transportation funding. It was great news. I'm super excited about that because we do have an aging fleet. Some of our vehicles need to be replaced. And as long as we can replace them with electric, all the better, especially since after 2035, we won't be able to buy a gas powered engine anymore. Also, I'm just gonna keep saying this because, and I've said it before, the high school wrestling team, we're still looking for a girls coach, and I'm probably gonna bring it up every meeting because it's near and dear to my heart. As well as a golf coach for the girls team. So gonna keep bringing it up. You just probably get tired of me saying it, but I just wanted to let you know that we need to really address that before it gets too late, so the girls can have time to practice and prep and get ready for the season.
Clerk Venegas.
Just gracias to everybody. Thank you to the community who came out and was engaged. Thank you to the staff, and let's just continue to remain focused and continue the work as we go into this year. I think that the opportunity is here for us to put, you know, a lot of this plan into action, and just appreciate everybody continuing to put one foot in front of the other and continue to serve our students. Thank you.
Thank you, Clerk Venegas. Vice President Kirby Gonzalez.
Thank you. Yes, I agree. National Night Out was hot, but it was really special to connect with just the community and be out. And so thank you to everybody who came to that and gave your time. And also that was the feeling at back to school night too, of, you know, of course, so special to connect. We're there to connect and hear about our child's classroom, but also to see all of our, you know, all our kids' friends' parents, and just to reconnect and see the PTO and all the work that they're doing. And just to reconnect in that way was really special too. And so I want to acknowledge that. And but those are very long days for the educators and for the administrators. They're up early with our kids in the morning, teaching them, and then they are there very, very late. So that is a long day for them, but they just fake it, and they come with enthusiasm and share all the things that they're doing with their kids. And it is deeply, deeply appreciated, because connecting and learning what your child will be doing is very important. And so I want to thank them for that. I had a good visit at River City High School with Principal Billingsley. And what's so great is that this evening we went through a lot of data. Thank you for all the work that was done tonight. But when I was at the high school too, the conversation was, we're looking at our data and we're talking about math, and we're looking at what we need to do. And I mean, everybody's on it, you know, talking about where the gaps are and what can be done to address those. So I appreciated the robust conversations tonight on that. And I also appreciate when you get out to the school sites and those conversations are mirrored, which is really important. I wanted to also share, just maybe it should have been, I should have said future agenda item, but I'll share it this way, is I did hear that Sly Park might have some staffing issues. They're run through Sacramento County Office of Ed. What I would recommend our staff do is, if Sly Park is not able to accommodate our kids, that we look at another vendor for outdoor education versus going to the SMUD Museum, which is great. We should do that too, but that is not the same as outdoor ed, which was the intent of the district paying for our kids to go to outdoor ed. The intent was to give everyone an experience that at one time in this district, only a few had. And so if there's, I just want to bring that up. I'm hoping that they have enough staff, but I think it's an important conversation to have right now, because I know other places have openings. And then also along the lines of transportation, I was so excited to see that there are some more routes. There's some more routes in Bridgeway, for Bridgeway Island, and also for Southport. For those that don't know, it's really far away. Some of the families live. It's not a safe route to school at all to get there. So I was glad to see those bus routes. My question would be, is when I got on the website and I was trying to share that with others, how do you sign up for transportation? How do you, it's not easy to find online. And so if we could make that more accessible, so it's easier for us to share out, and then we can evaluate how those bus stops are working, and if they're maybe in the right locations. But I know that not a lot of people know about them, so I was trying to share, and if we could have that be a little more streamlined, it would be helpful. And then to speak of the importance too of what we talked about, of a comprehensive plan to make sure our kids feel safe. not just physically, but emotionally. I think too, and we saw the data with our LGBTQ plus students, and just last night I was at an event, LGBTQ plus event, and somebody came up to me and he said, "Oh, Mrs. Kirby Gonzalez, I think you know my mom, and she's a classified employee in here in Washington Unified, and he just graduated." And I just thought, we never know where our students, where our staff will see us. And I'm so grateful to be on a board that stands as allies and says, this is what we believe and this is what we stand for, because you never know where that impact will be and where you'll meet people and have those conversations. And so I said, well, what could we do differently? What could the board do better? Do you have any advice for us? And one was, well, make sure, and as we know, we've had a hard couple of years, but just make sure that the students know how you are a resource on the board. And so continuing to get back and have those connections with the kids, like when Dr. Hildreth, you have your very important student advisories. If sometimes we can know about that, and maybe a board member can also support you in that work, would be phenomenal. So thank you again for everybody for all the presentations. It was a very long but very robust night, and you gave a lot of really good, powerful information, and appreciate it.
I will keep it brief. Thank you, Dr. Hildreth, staff and team, for just kicking off a pretty phenomenal year. It's a normal year, so I'm really excited about the equity and justice work ahead of us. I think those are the reasons you came to us and the reasons we hired. So I'm really looking forward to picking that up and doing it more deeply. And actually just grateful for the board as my day job picks up because of various things. Appreciate kind of the opportunity to that we as a team are staffing up and supporting our schools in a way that because I am traveling a lot, have to participate virtually. So appreciate you all kind of stepping up and doing that. With that said, I think that that's the end of my comments, and we can dispense of the meeting. We think we're done.
Yay.
Good night.
Good night.
Bye.
I like it when you